Part 26. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 252. When she discovered that Saya had disappeared, the first thing Yilin thought of was, it was indeed a thriller plot. She is gone. Although Yilin and Oda Mai paid more attention to the eggs in front of them, they did not completely relax their vigilance about the surroundings. But She still disappeared inexplicably. Right under their noses. There's no one else here. Yilin came to the conclusion. Oda Mai was still frowning, not knowing what movement she noticed. Yilin simply ignored it and let Oda Mai continue to have fun. He re-observed the eggs around him and the life in them. Is this the truth hidden in Styx Junior High School? Are all students born from these eggs? But what does that mean? Artificial human? Clone. Not human. Yilin thought again of the way Han Han's classmate died on the rooftop of the teaching building. It is very possible that the danger of this escape trial lies in this group of seemingly harmless students. But is it really that simple? Anyone who is not blind will probably be able to tell from the magic theory class, the food in the cafeteria, and Saya's weird reaction that these students may seem ordinary on the surface, but in fact they are anything but ordinary. Yilin had been alert for a long time. So the egg in front of me has no other function besides citing Yilin's thoughts. Well, what is this? Yilin looked over and over for a while. It was discovered that the backs of these eggs were all connected by a fleshy tendril of varying thicknesses and weird shapes, which looked like blood vessels. In the tendrils, there are pulses from time to time, just like human blood vessels, with some kind of liquid flowing inside. Following all the tendrils, Yilin took a few steps deeper and found that almost all the tendrils gathered in one place and disappeared behind the wall. On the wall, there was a huge sarcoma that stretched out countless pseudopods and submerged into the wall, forming cracks in the wall. Yilin approached the wall, stretched out her hand on the surface of the wall that was not covered by the tendrils, and gently stroked it a few times, thoughtfully. Here, come here. Yilin hooked her fingers at Oda Mai. Oda Mai came to see him with his sword in hand, no nonsense. When she saw the sarcoma on the wall, her eyes were no longer troubled. It's time for you to show up, chop. Oda Mai quickly grasped the handle of the knife and took a stance. Yilin pointed to somewhere on the wall and added, wait a minute, I'm talking about this wall, not the tumor. A faint doubt appeared in Oda Mai's eyes, as if she was surprised by Yilin's suggestion. Why didn't she kill the obvious monster on the wall, but let her chop down a wall? Yilin didn't explain, and said with a smile, I have my own arrangements. You can try cutting it first. Oda Mai nodded slightly. The next second, she pulled her left foot back, uniting her energy, and spirit, all at her waist. Then, draw your sword. A bright white light flashed in Yilin's eyes. Yilin's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking that Oda Mai's sword seemed to be a little faster than the last time they met. From this point of view, when Mai Oda slashed herself on the back of the head at the wall, she was indeed merciful. Thinking about it this way, Yilin was no longer so angry. There was a ding. Laugh. Ding and chi are two completely different sounds, almost converging on one. The light of the sword has not completely dissipated, and Oda Mai has already sheathed it. Yilin had no time to express how fast Oda Mai's knife was, and the two of them looked at the wall that Oda Mai had chopped down at the same time. In an instant, Yilin and Oda Mai stared at the knife mark on the wall, feeling chills down their spines once again. A gap was made in the wall near the sarcoma with Mai Oda's knife. But the moment the knife made contact with the wall, a chi sound came out, which was clearly not the sound of the knife blade coming into contact with a hard object. Yilin and Mai Oda quickly took a few steps back and stood still at a distance. The color of the flesh was revealed from the cracked depths of the wall, which was similar to the color of the surrounding eggs, but the flesh of the wall seemed more solid. After being split open by Oda Mai, A shot of light red liquid slowly flowed down along the knife mark, and after a few breaths, it gathered into a small pool by the wall. While the flesh and blood inside the wall was bleeding, it seemed to be crawling with weird-shaped insects. Oda-Mai's knife seemed to break the hibernation of the insects, and countless tiny tentacles wriggled crazily in the gaps. 5 minutes later, Yilin and Oda-Mai both said nothing. They watched helplessly as the split wall healed again and became a complete wall again. The pool of light red liquid flowing down on the ground was absorbed unknown where, leaving only a shallow red mark on the ground. If you don't pay careful attention, it would seem that nothing had happened. Oda-Mai lowered her head, stroking the knife with her little hand, as if she had the urge to cut again. The situation is now clear. Eggs are strange. Sarcomas are weird. Even the walls are strange. Maybe even the ceiling and floor are weird. Everything in front of her was a monster that could be stabbed with a knife. Oda-Mai really couldn't think of any reason to stop herself from pulling out the knife. As soon as Yilin saw Oda-Mai's murderous expression, he already guessed what the girl was thinking, and he immediately felt confused about whether to laugh or cry. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten our purpose? We came here to escape, not to kill these things. Even if you kill all of us, what's the use of still being here? Etc. When I finished saying this, Yilin was slightly startled. In the dark, he felt that he seemed to have missed something important, and that feeling disappeared in a flash, just when he said these words. This may be called inspiration. But when Yilin wanted to capture that inspiration, she became clueless. He always felt that he had overlooked a very important and critical tip. After thinking for a while, Yilin still couldn't figure out the key, so she could only give up temporarily. Forget it, let's go back first. We have gained a lot today, so there is no need to rush. Oda-Mai nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, Yilin paused and suddenly said, well, you go first, I'll leave later. Oda-Mai slowly typed a question mark. Don't worry, I will definitely call you when I need to kill monsters. Only then did Oda-Mai pick up the knife and leave with satisfaction. 2 hours later, Yilin finally walked out of the egg pile. I don't know if it's useful. Yilin shook his head. There were some simple arrangements. Although he didn't know whether they would be effective, there was nothing wrong with setting them up in advance. Before leaving, Yilin noticed that near the spiral staircase, there was a pool of blood that had not yet dried, and it was almost completely absorbed into the floor. On the surface of the blood stain, there remained a small tentacle of the sea monster that had not yet had time to be fully digested. The next day, after dawn, Yilin yawned and came to class 2, grade 3. When I walked into the classroom, I saw that the students were all smiling, chatting happily in small groups. At first glance, it seems to be a very peaceful scene. Oda-Mai had already been sitting in her seat, her head lowered, and she was distracted. She didn't know what she was holding in her hands, and her expression was emotionless. Liu and Tian were already in place. Are they still alive? Ah! Nothing seemed to be visible from the two people's faces. Yilin was very curious about what the so-called Yan Luo's training was. Hi, morning. Yilin happily greeted her deskmate Cao Tian. Cao Tian forced a smile. She had shaved off her long hair at some point, leaving a boy-like cut. The newly healed scar on her head covered Cao Tian's head like moss, which was very dazzling. Of course, as long as we can return to the real world, everything can be repaired. I believe that Cao Tian can survive until now and will not care about this change in appearance, otherwise she would not have shaved off her hair. Yilin thought for a while and asked, we can still be considered teammates, right? Cao Tian's smile was finally not so forced, of course. So, what happened last night? When Cao Tian heard this, She immediately turned her head to prevent Yilin from seeing her expression. She was trembling all over, as if she had suffered some kind of inhuman abuse. After a moment, the trembling subsided, and she lowered her voice and said in a tone that was difficult to decipher her mood, "Don't ask, it has nothing to do with you anyway." "Yeah." Yilin smiled slightly, expressing understanding. "But in my mind, there was another question quietly. In this class, it's still the class teacher, Ambershat." Seeing Anbasha walking into the classroom, Yilin straightened her back immediately to avoid being looked down upon by Anbasha again and asking some stupid class questions. Ambersha seemed to have forgotten what happened in class yesterday, smiling kindly. "Class begins now. What we need to review today is the student's self-cultivation. Please turn out the textbooks. As a member of Styx Junior High School, if you don't have qualified cultivation, you might as well die. I believe that after this period of study, the students have deeply remembered the names of the textbooks. We're all good kids. Yilin. Cao Tien Tien. Lu Ruyan. Oda Mai." The head teacher began to read aloud. Yilin also opened the legendary textbook with 4 lines of text on it. "No surprises. Can't read. It seems that the language proficiency is insufficient. First of all, Styx Junior High School is everything to you. You must remember that no matter what the circumstances, you must adhere to discipline and school rules. In your hearts, the principal comes first and the vice principal comes second. School rules no 3. Oh, by the way, the vice principal added a rule not long ago. When the principal is not around, the vice principal's words are equivalent to those of the principal. Now please turn to page 8, item 6, line 5, everyone, start reading. This class is almost equivalent to brainwashing." Yilin ended the class amidst the bombardment of reading the school rules over and over again. He still felt a buzzing in his ears until the end of class. Strangely, the students' expressions became more serious and pious as they read out the school rules like a mantra, and they became more fanatical. If Yilin hadn't covered his face with a textbook the size of a 4A paper, he might have been exposed. It wasn't until get out of class was over and Ambersha left in a hurry that Yilin breathed a sigh of relief. When the apostles stepped out of the classroom door, the mandatory option appeared again. The 4 people froze in the corridor one after another, looking like sculptures. Almost exactly the same as last time. Almost. The difference is that the content is slightly different. Get out of class is finally over. You are hungry. You seem really hungry. But you are a little lonely. The lunch break is very long, so you decide to find a place to spend your free lunch break. You will go to. Please choose. I heard that Marissa, who is in the same class, always likes to look up at the sky on the rooftop during lunch break. Maybe this is a romantic encounter. B. As a transfer student, I got lost again at the school gate the next day. It shouldn't be too much, right? C. You must eat when you are hungry. There is no doubt about it today, there may be a brand new recipe. The options are still the same 3 options. Rooftop. Canteen. Door. But the content is slightly different. The order of options has also been adjusted. Why? Yilin was a little confused. But this time he had experience, but he did not choose those 3 options. When he could not move his limbs and fingers, he chanted crazily in his heart. D, 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 D. 2 seconds later, Yilin found that she was suddenly able to move. You made your choice. You defeated hunger, defeated the desire deep in your heart to meet on the rooftop, you gave up the plan of getting lost, and you chose to move freely. It actually works. Yilin vaguely guessed the true identity behind these choices. When Yiren makes a weird choice, others also quickly made their own choices. Yilin suddenly remembered the contents of those 3 options, her expression slightly condensed, and she quickly sent a message to Oda Mai. Yilin, you chose C? Oda Mai, yeah. Yulin. Oda Mai, any questions? Yulin, no, as long as you like it. Call ended. Sure enough, one shouldn't have hopes for this girl's thinking ability. I hope everyone is okay. Well, I hope everyone else in the dining hall is okay. Driven by pathfinding mode, Oda Wu, Lu Ruyan, and Cao Tian involuntarily walked down the stairs towards the dining hall. It was too late to say anything at this time. Yulin suddenly felt a little strange. Oda Mai just chose C for all the multiple choice questions. It was expected and reasonable. But seeing Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan walking in neat steps, almost in no particular order, they were walking to the same place. It was obvious that they didn't hesitate much when taking the multiple choice questions. The two of them had done a useless job at the gate yesterday. Going down the stairs, there are only two possibilities. The main door, the canteen. So the canteen? Yulin briefly guessed the destination of the two people. Yulin first pretended to walk to the rooftop, and then when Oda Mai and the others disappeared around the corner of the stairs, they immediately turned back and followed them quietly. I suddenly changed my mind and wanted to sneak away to the cafeteria. This is also an option, right? Yulin smiled and whispered to himself. It was like he was whispering to some existence in the dark. Yulin turned on shadow, minimizing the sense of presence. Although there are many people who can see Yulin is still dressed in a pink student's attire. Even if she is seen, she will not attract too much attention. 3 people were in front and 1 person was behind. The 4 of them arrived at the canteen one after another. Unlike Oda Mai and the others, Yulin seems to have broken away from the shackles of multiple choice questions and is in independent mode. In fact, Yulin had already informed Oda Mai about the trick hidden in the multiple choice question, but for some reason Oda Mai still chose C. This made Yulin really don't know what to say. Never mind. Let her be. For now, just don't get into trouble. Yulin hides in the dark. None of the 3 Oda Mai noticed Yulin's existence. In any case, Yulin is still very confident about the skill effect of like a shadow. After all, he is destined to become a shadow-like man. Even for Oda Mai, during the Huading City incident, when Yulin put the knife close to Oda Mai's neck, she had not yet noticed Yulin's existence. This shows how effective the skill of disappearing the sense of presence is. In the cafeteria, Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan quickly ordered a plate of dishes. It was similar to Yulin's experience yesterday. Oda Mai frowned and subconsciously put her hands on her waist. There was no knife there. Her subconscious action showed that she was very wary of the recipes in the options, so wary that she wanted to pull out a knife to seek a sense of security. Yulin observed secretly. Let's not worry about Oda Mai for now. The feeling Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan gave Yulin was so weird that Yulin couldn't put it into words. When Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan picked a seat and sat down with plates that were filled with words, the expressions on their faces were not a series of speculated reactions such as nausea, disgust, nausea, early pregnancy, etc. But, a desire to move, and a desire like a beast. Craving for food on your plate. Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan sat on the table facing each other. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, he moved the knife and fork on the dark food on the plate, and stuffed the unknown pieces of meat, eyeballs, or insect corpses into his mouth hungrily. If someone didn't know what they were eating, they would have thought they were eating some delicacies and game. Their cheeks were bulging, and sticky juices of various colors overflowed from the corners of Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan's mouths, dripping onto the plates. Hit it, and then was quickly licked back by the two of them. Choose. Yulin watched the scene expressionlessly. Although the scene of these two beautiful girls greedily chewing a plate of made Yulin feel very weird, Yulin was now thinking more about why it happened. Such a weird scene. No matter how forced the choice is, it is impossible to change their minds. What is revealed in their eyes is clearly a naked desire, which cannot be faked at all, unless, they are all movie queens. But this kind of under these circumstances, there is no need for them to act because there is no audience. Could it be that? Yilin suddenly thought of a possibility. The other students around them all drooled with envy when they saw Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan eating, while the two were devouring their food. Oda Mai finally made her choice and sat in the corner with a simple braised elbow. Braised elbow? Yilin craned her neck and took a look. Braised pork elbow is a very normal dish. The premise is that the 5 fingers at the front of the elbow don't look like human fingers. Oda Mai opened her eyes wide and silently stared at the braised elbow in front of her. A full 30 seconds. The cute and silly classmates around him once again drooled with envy at the braised elbow on Oda's dance plate. Aha! The sword flashed. Draw the sword and return it to its sheath. In the blink of an eye, Mai Oda had completed the 4 movements of drawing the sword, swinging the sword, cutting, and sheathing it. The movements were smooth, all in one go. She cut the elbow, the plate, and the table in half. Oda Mai stood up expressionlessly and walked silently towards the door of the cafeteria. It wasn't until Mai Oda took 2 steps that the split table was overwhelmed and fell to the ground with a crack. The cafeteria ant walked out from behind the door angrily, pointed at Mai Oda's back and shouted, "That classmate who is wasting food, stop." Oda Mai slowly turned around, pulled out half of the knife that had just returned to its sheath, and made a question mark. The expression of the vegetable ant remained unchanged, but she quickly retracted her fingers and educated Oda Mai, "Wasting food is not a good habit. Didn't you read the school rules? Oh, you are a new transfer student? That's okay. Be careful next time." After saying that, the ant serving food in the cafeteria quickly walked back to the backstage and locked the door with a bang. This? Yilin witnessed the scene from beginning to end. Te Miao can still do this? Is this the legendary way of convincing people with reason? As if nothing happened, Oda Mai walked out of the cafeteria and happened to see Yilin peeping. Yilin also turned off the following like a shadow skill at this time and looked at Mai Oda with a smile. To be honest, I was surprised. Oda Mai lowered her head slightly, avoiding Yilin's gaze, and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Yilin. Oda Mai, I couldn't help it. Yo. Have you actually learned to say sorry? You misunderstood. This is not what I meant by accident. What surprises me is that you were able to endure 30 seconds before drawing the sword. It was beyond my expectation. The two of them were talking and drifting away. They did not see that after Oda Mai left, there was a group of students who did not belong to class 2 of the 3rd year around them. Finally, after Oda Mai left, they suddenly rushed to the ground with the braised elbow cut into 2 pieces. They started tearing apart without any image. The scene was like a hungry dog grabbing food. Lu Ruyan and Cao Tiantian were full of food and drink, and burped with satisfaction. The corners of their mouths were covered with unknown mucus. After sticking out their tongues to lick the mucus off their mouths, Lu Ruyan and Cao Tiantian looked at the chaotic situation not far away where they were fighting over a braised elbow, with a complicated look in their eyes. At the same time, campus trails. Oda Mai and Yilin act together again. Yilin recalled what happened in the cafeteria not long ago. As for the true identity of this school, I roughly know what's going on. However, there are still a few key pieces of the puzzle. Well, of course, the true identity is not important. What is important is the way to survive. Oda Mai listened silently. No comments were made. Yilin was just talking and didn't expect Oda Mai to provide much useful advice. However, her way of convincing people with reason has opened up Yilin's horizons in some aspects. Yilin continued. It stands to reason that even if it is an escape trial, there is never only one way to clear the level. In other words, there is definitely more than one way to escape. Even if there is only one way, then there is definitely more than one way to find this way. Otherwise, the level evaluation, it just doesn't make any sense. Or maybe, in addition to simple escape, there are other important branches that can be explored in the trial. Wait, options. Yilin was analyzing and talking to herself, and then remembered the original task prompt. Choose, choose, choose. Stakes Junior High School, Identity, Egg, Escape, Wall, License. All of these are choices. Since entering the trial, various clues and weird scenes have been swirling in Yilin's mind. Is it possible that you can even choose that? When Yilin's mind suddenly opened up and she came to some whimsical conclusion, her movements couldn't help but a look of astonishment on her face. If that's really the case, then it's too confusing, right? Who can imagine that in general? Although there is no evidence and no method has been found, the more Yilin thinks about it, the more likely it is. If that's the case, time is a little tight. Yilin nodded, turned around instantly, and walked towards the teaching building. Pippi Shrimp, let's go. Oda Mai. I mean, come with me. Oda Mai put away the knife. Where? Yilin smiled mysteriously. Go to the rooftop. Isn't there a romantic encounter? Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 253. On the way. Yilin quickly took out a pack of compressed biscuits from the storage space and ate it. It tastes like chewing wax and seems like chewing wood. But no matter what, after eating the compressed biscuits, the hunger in my belly was finally relieved a lot. Want a piece? Yilin generously took out another bag and handed it to Oda Mai. Oda Mai pursed her lips, originally wanting to refuse. Goo goo goo. But there were bursts of empty sounds coming from Oda Mai's flat belly. So Oda Mai quickly took the compressed biscuit from Yilin's hand and no longer refused. After a simple meal, Yilin and Mai Oda returned to the teaching building and walked onto the rooftop. The rooftop still seemed very empty. A girl with a quiet back is leaning on the railing of the rooftop, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. This scene is as beautiful as a painting, and the girl is like a white lotus in the painting. Well, if I insist on giving this painting a name, then it should be, The Girl and the Pale Sky. Yilin nodded with satisfaction. He has always been very confident in his naming taste. A girl suddenly appears in front of you. A girl who makes you feel that the world in front of you suddenly becomes pale. The back of this girl makes you feel as if at this moment, it no longer matters what the world has become. So, you choose. A. Walk up and pat the girl on the shoulder and ask her name. B. Walk quietly to the girl's side, staring at the sky with blurred eyes. C. Immediately turn around and leave, giving up on the encounter that may happen in this story. Options and narration appear again. But in fact, for Yilin now, the options are meaningless except for giving a little hint. He could choose D, or even E, maybe F. In short, everything is a choice. Even choices that are not options are choices. Don't choose randomly. Yilin was afraid that Oda Mai would randomly choose C again, so she reminded her in a low voice. Oda Mai had already hung the long black sheath sword on her waist and nodded silently. As if to say, I choose the knife. Yilin pondered the options. If the Han classmate who died here had this option before him, then his death was indeed not unjust. At the beginning of the trial, it is indeed easy to be trapped and killed without knowing the reason. Thinking of this, Yilin smiled slightly. Without hesitation, I chose C directly. At the moment of choice, Yilin slowly turned around and prepared to leave. In fact, Yilin is not worried about missing this drama. Even if the body is really taken away in pathfinding mode, the worst case scenario is that you can just run back to the rooftop and choose again. Well, everything comes from the heart. That classmate, please stay. Just when Yilin was about to leave, The woman not far away who was looking up at the sky suddenly looked at Yulin, looking at each other from a distance, pitifully. Really? Yulin's footsteps stopped in place. The opening of the scene seems like a scene from a bloody romance drama. I'm leaving. No, don't leave. I really want to leave. No, you don't. Okay, I choose to stay. You could have left. No. I won't leave. Yulin couldn't help but think of lines from a romantic ethics drama, and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, there will be another heavy rain, which will be even more suitable for the occasion. Yulin thought. Yulin did not continue to think wildly. The girl not far away has turned her head. Her stunning appearance, clear and flawless eyes, slender eyebrows that seemed to be frowned, and eyes that seemed to contain infinite words, made people unable to help but refuse. Is something wrong? The girl smiled slightly and said, My name is Marissa. Actually, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Oh. The atmosphere became strangely awkward. Marissa added, I am also a student in class 2 of the 3rd year, and I am sitting, in the front row. Yulin smiled and said, Sorry, I didn't pay attention. Marissa is a little angry. I'm angry why I met such a stupid head. But your straight man-like conversational style aroused Marissa's interest. She is not interested in ordinary boys. Explanation, you are unusual. Marissa decided to try to have deeper communication with you. Oda Mai looked at the conversation between the two people strangely. But out of trust in Yulin's insidiousness, Oda Mai finally held back and did not take out a knife and slash at that face. Well, I'll cut it later. Oda Mai happily made the decision. She now regards everything in Styx Junior High School as monsters. According to Oda Mai's logic, there are no monsters that cannot be killed. On the rooftop, Marissa smiled and extended an invitation to Yulin. Want to come over and chat? Yulin raised her eyebrows and did not refuse, okay. At the same time, he quickly sent a message to Oda Mai. Yulin and Marissa stood side by side. From a distance, they looked like a couple trying to resist but welcoming. Marissa looked at the sky again. Yulin also kept her head silent. More than 10 seconds later, Marissa finally couldn't help it and asked, Hey, do you know what color the sky is? Options appeared in front of Yulin's eyes. A. The protective color of love. B. The color of your eyes. C. The same sky looks different in everyone's eyes. Yulin was a little confused. Such an obvious trap, how innocent is Han to step into it? Could it be that he thought he was playing a gal game to capture the heroine? It's not that simple, right? With doubts, Yulin simply ignored all options. Black. Marissa looked at Yulin in surprise. Yulin explained, or maybe it's white. Isn't it obvious? You can't see it unless you're blind. Marissa. Suddenly, Marissa didn't know how to continue the conversation. The conversation between handsome men and beautiful women once again fell into awkward silence. This time, it was Yulin who broke the silence. Since you ask this kind of question, there are only two possibilities. 1. You are showing off. 2. You think the sky you see in front of you is not the real sky. After a simple conversation, I found that the IQ levels of second graders and third graders are completely different. After I have temporarily ruled out the possibility of you being pretentious, I have also demonstrated one of my personal inferences. Marissa slowly typed a question mark. The conversation seemed to be progressing beyond Marissa's expectations. This doesn't follow common sense. But one sentence made Marissa's calm eyes flash slightly. Yulin carefully observed Marissa's reaction, took a step back without leaving any trace, and said with a smile, Since you are eager to see the sky, can you please Miss Marissa tell me how to reach the real sky? He, you want to know? Yulin said of course, I think so. Then. Marisa bit her lower lip lightly and glanced at Oda, who was standing by the door before she could speak. Xiaofei's cheeks were a little more shy. It's not very convenient here. I think. Yilin quickly interrupted Marisa, you don't have to think about it. I think it's very good here. Please hurry up. All right. Marisa pouted, a little dissatisfied. I saw her hands moving down a little bit. Moved to the edge of the skirt. Her hands were as gentle as a girl holding flowers, and she used 2 green-white fingers to lift the corners of her skirt. 1 centimeter. 2 centimeters. Pull the skirt up little by little. Underneath the skirt, there seemed to be some huge secret. 3 centimeters. Underneath the skirt, there seems to be a secret garden hidden. 5 centimeters. Under the skirt, it seems. Yilin suddenly moved. No warning. In an instant, Yilin flicked his finger, and an explosive bead that had already been grasped in his hand and turned into an unstable explosive by using the skill, popped out of his finger. Baiu bia baiu. At the same time, the card in Yilin's hand shattered, and the light flickered, turning into blood jasmine, and stabbed Marisa in the neck without any fancy. The direction in which the explosive beads were shot was not somewhere on Marisa's body, nor anywhere else, but the ground. The moment Yilin took action, Oda Mai, who had been standing motionless in the distance, suddenly became filled with murderous intent. Her muscles tensed up, and she curled up like a cheetah, and seemed to be bent to the extreme. A strong bow that is about to be ejected. Kill. Both of them take action at the same time. A look of surprise flashed in Marisa's eyes. She never expected that the man in front of her would be so ruthless and do what he said. She didn't even have time to lift up her skirt. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Yilin and Oda Mai had already planned it, and their movements were so fast that even their eyes could not react. Marisa's hands were still lifting her skirt, and she had no time to think about it. In the blink of an eye, Yilin's blood jasmine had penetrated deeply into Marisa's neck, and even brought out a drop of light red blood from the back of her neck. At the same time, the explosive beads that Yilin shot towards the ground bounced off the ground strangely and hit the bottom of Marisa's skirt at a precise angle. Yilin's expression did not change, she just smiled and said, "You are taking off your clothes too slowly, let me help you." As he spoke, Yilin quickly pulled out blood jasmine from Marisa's neck. Make a pop sound. And the next second, Marisa covered the wound on her neck in shock and anger. There was smelly blood oozing out from it. She didn't know whether it was because of Yilin's knife or because Marisa was too excited at the moment. No roars or screams could be made. The explosive beads reached the bottom of the skirt. Then exploded. Boom. And at this moment, Oda Mai has finished charging up. Take 1 step. But Yilin could barely tell that in the seemingly 1-step distance, there were clearly 5 sounds of stepping on the ground almost in succession from Oda Mai's feet. Because the Oda dance is so fast, these 5 steps visually look like they only took 1 step. In the blink of an eye, Oda Mai walked straight from the rooftop entrance to Marisa as if teleporting. Marisa was already retreating because of Yilin's sudden attack, but the sudden explosion from under her skirt made Marisa's movements stop again. Black smoke poured out from under her skirt. It also smells weird. And at this moment of pause, Marisa's originally beautiful pupils shrank into vertical lines, and a faint green light came out. Marisa's eyes were shrouded in an unpretentious sword light. Just 1 knife? Oda dance. Draw your sword. Ah, save your breath. Yilin then remembered Oda's sword dancing style and quickly reminded him. But the words just left his mouth. Yilin couldn't help but shake her head, it's too late. The snow-white sword light turned into a slender line of light and passed through Marisa's neck with incomparable precision. Click. The long sword returns to its sheath. Oda Mai has rearranged her stance for the second sword. Draw the sword to chop. Each time you draw the sword, only make one cut. Of course, you can also pull it out again, cut it again, pull it out again, cut it again, and the cycle is endless. As long as Oda Mai is strong enough. This was not the first time Yulin witnessed Oda dancing with a sword. Every time Yulin felt that Oda Wu's sword-wielding posture was full of strange beauty, 2 points and 1 line, clean and neat, without unnecessary fancy movements. After Oda Wu swung the sword, until it was sheathed, a thin line of blood appeared on Marissa's neck. Perhaps this was fate. Oda Mai and Yulin agreed to fight, but they both aimed at each other's neck, and they seemed to have a special liking for this part. Marissa's eyes widened and her whole body stiffened. The wound on her neck and the explosion of her skirt seemed to have severely damaged Marissa. 3 seconds later, Marissa's head with a frozen expression suddenly fell off her neck, and 2 pillars of blood suddenly spurted out from the cross-section of her neck, resembling a fountain. The next moment, Marissa's body, which had lost her head, also fell limply to the ground, making no sound. Oda Mai seemed to have just done an insignificant thing and stood quietly. After killing Marissa, in front of Yulin's eyes, the narration appeared again. You are crazy and have personally brought a perfect ending to this encounter that has not yet had time to tell a story. Yulin stared at Marissa's corpse with her head and body separated. The bottom of her skirt was a mess. Oda Mai glanced at Yulin expressionlessly. It seems that there are some things that I don't know whether to say or not. Oda Mai had no idea what Yulin was planning. She is just responsible for killing monsters. Now the monsters have been chopped down. Oda Mai turned around and prepared to leave. And suddenly, Yulin smiled, "Why are you leaving so quickly?" Oda Mai paused, but her expression remained unchanged, otherwise. Isn't it still warm? Hiss. Oda Mai took a breath and looked at Yulin in surprise. Yulin ignored Oda Mai's thoughts at the moment. Just in a medium voice, he whispered to Marissa's body, "Since it's still warm. Then, just, kill it again." Gwagwagwagwa. In an instant. When Yulin said those words, Marissa's headless body began to shake suddenly. Almost at the same time, from the bottom of Marissa's messy skirt and the cross-section of her neck, red and white pieces of flesh suddenly squirmed and burst out of her body. The hideous and weird-shaped piece of meat condensed into 2 long snake-like tentacles in the blink of an eye, biting towards Oda Mai and Yulin in 2 directions. That's right. Just, bite. On the head of the tentacle made of pieces of meat, there was a huge mouth with no eyes, no nose, no ears, only a big cracked mouth, with sticky teeth between the opening and closing of the mouth. The thick saliva stretched into threads, as if they were so greedy that their bodies were drooling continuously. Partial activation locust feed. Yulin was already prepared. In fact, when Marissa fell to the ground and Yulin didn't gain any chaos points, he kept an eye on it. Although Marissa's head may not be counted on his head. But a certain conclusion drawn from the clues Yulin had so far told him that this cute girl named Marissa should not die so easily under the attack of the 2. If it were an ordinary human being, it would have been separated by far, and there was no other possibility. But, what if it's not a human being? That may not be the case. In the blink of an eye, Yulin's jumping ability was horribly strengthened. With one step, Yulin nimbly jumped into the air, easily avoiding the sudden attack from the bloody mouth. Although Oda Mai's reaction was a little slower, she kept the gesture of drawing the sword at all times, allowing her to react in any situation. Oda Wu's face was as dark as water. Facing the weird and disgusting monster, there was a hint of vague excitement on his face. His right hand shook violently, and a blade of light flew directly into the bloody mouth. Hide. That doesn't exist. As long as it's a monster that can be cut down, why hide? The logic of Oda dance is very simple. In mid-air, Yulin lowered his head, stared at Oda Mai's movements, condensed another needle, and inserted it into another part of the head. Local activation super memory. At the same time, psychokinetic perception enveloped the entire audience. Within this 10-meter radius, everything is under Yilin's control. Yilin smiled softly in a voice that only she could hear. Sorry, my Oda. With maximum jumping power, Yilin fell down and jumped up again. Oda Mai had no time to care about anything else. The moment she wanted to put away the knife, her eyes narrowed. That bloody mouth, regardless of the risk of being cut open, bitten Oda Mai's knife with a pair of strong white teeth. The other end. Yilin jumped into the air again. At the critical moment, the corner of Oda Mai's mouth curled up in a faint arc without any trace, and her left hand was seen reaching into the void, and she took out a second knife from the storage space. It was a long knife with an old bandage wrapped around the scabbard. The handle of the knife was as scarlet as blood and seemed to be solidified amber, full of evil aura. Oh! The second knife. Yilin fell from the air again and jumped quickly. Seeing that the second long-necked head couldn't bite Yilin, it bitterly gave up its target and attacked with two ends. One end bit Oda Mai's knife, and the other end bit Oda Mai's head. 2 days of first class, quarter moon. The second sword glow came uninvited. Yilin jumped up and down again. Oda Mai. 2 minutes later. Are you still dancing? Oda Mai put away the second sword and looked at Yilin expressionlessly. Yilin finally stopped jumping up and down, her thigh muscles aching. Yilin explained seriously, I am analyzing the action patterns of these monsters. Oda Mai, believed it? She nodded and slowly lowered her right hand on her waist. Yilin recalled the second sword that Oda Mai had pulled out just now. I remember that during the Huading City incident, Oda Mai once said that her family lost a spirit-possessed weapon inherited from her family, so she chased it to Huading City because of some clues, but in the end it was a new long incident for her. After what happened in Huading City, Oda Wu hurriedly left Huading City in search of a knife, and Yilin had no time to ask for details. It seems like, that evil longsword is the family spirit-possessed weapon that Mai Oda said. At the time, Yilin thought Oda Mai was just talking. Yilin didn't ask any more questions. It is taboo to inquire about the abilities and equipment attributes of apostles. In addition, Yilin had been paddling the whole second half of the course, so he was embarrassed to ask such a question. Finished, call it a day. Yilin carefully observed Marissa's body cut into pieces by Oda Mai, and frowned slightly. If all the students in the school were this kind of monster, it would be a bit troublesome. Moreover, Yiren also confirmed just now that there is no strange piece of flesh behind Marissa's back like Yiren and Oda Mai's back. In other words, that thing is the unique body structure of these transfer students from the second class of the third year. If you want to figure out the function of that piece of meat, unless you find someone to take the initiative to dig it out, everything will only remain in inference. On the other hand, Oda Mai was very calm. As long as the monster has a health bar, there is no monster that cannot be killed. Let's not discuss what kind of monsters these are. Their heads don't seem to be their weak points. Yilin said nonsense. Oda Mai nodded slightly and agreed. Yilin leaned down and looked at Marissa's body. Although we don't have the conditions to dissect them in detail now, some of the structures inside their bodies are similar to ours. Yilin lowered his voice, the fatal injury should be the knife in the heart. When you slashed it with 2 knives at the same time, its many movements also protected the heart position intentionally or unintentionally. Oda Mai hesitated for a moment. Quickly summed it up, when chopped, the meat quality is okay. Yilin. Yes. Although Oda Mai's description was a bit weird, Yilin agreed. If you are alone, as long as you are prepared in advance and don't randomly choose options, you will not be easily tricked to death. Han Han died entirely because he was too stupid. The monster transformed behind Marissa also has obvious weaknesses. If your agility is not too weak, it is not difficult to avoid the bites of those mouths. That's why Yilin paddled freely and didn't worry about Oda Mai holding a grudge. Didn't you see that when Oda Mai was killing monsters, the excited expression on his face was like taking medicine and it was difficult to hide it? But what if the entire school students turned into such monsters in the blink of an eye? Thinking of this, Yilin had a headache. He was almost certain that the terrifying monster hidden under the student's skin, the overwhelming sea of monsters, was the deepest crisis in this escape trial. If we don't find an escape route as soon as possible, maybe at a certain point, or when a certain triggering condition is reached, all the students will turn into ghosts and pounce on the transfer students. At that time, if you want to escape, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Until then, it can be considered that the mystery of Han Han's death has finally been solved. If Yilin guessed correctly, Marisa lifted up her skirt directly in front of Han Han, and Han Han was in a state of confusion, and his head was instantly eaten off by the mouth emerging from the bottom of the skirt. My poor silly classmate, a moment of silence. One thing that was a little strange to Yilin was that she didn't see Marisa perform the magic she learned in class. I don't know if it was because Oda Mai's movements were too crisp. Or, it's too troublesome to perform magic, so why not just follow your instinct and use bite? Well, quite possibly. Oda Mai glanced at Yilin again and signaled what to do with the body on the ground. Yilin smiled and said, "Did you forget when Han Han fell from the building? Someone will take care of the body." After saying that, Yilin was ready to leave. Oda Mai thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, so she stopped worrying and followed Yilin to leave the rooftop. On the stairs, Yilin glanced at the remaining time of the cute rabbit buff on the Apostles panel and smiled slightly. "It's time, we're almost done exploring, it's time to find the exit." As he spoke, an ancient compass appeared silently in Yilin's hand. Half an hour later, some students discovered Marisa's broken body. The students who discovered the body were shocked when they saw it. But after a few seconds, tick-tock, 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 all the students drooled with desire, and green light suddenly appeared in their eyes. "It's Marisa from Class 2, Grade 3. How did she die? Do you died? The teacher said that if you don't move like this, you are dead. Should we report the teacher? It seems, you want it? But, it looks delicious. It seems to be still warm. Can I eat it? Can I eat it? Can, eat. But this, is against school rules, right? But as long as we eat clean enough and no one finds out, it won't be a violation of school rules. Now, are you right? Marisa. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 254. For Oda Mai. All red names are strange. In the trial, there is only a difference between being able to cut and being temporarily unable to cut. You asked her to tell her thoughts about the trial, and she couldn't tell any other reason besides hesitating whether to draw the sword or not. So Yilin finally recognized the reality and gave up her plan to discuss with Oda Mai. "Well, you, just feel free to do whatever you want." After dealing with Marisa, Yilin said these words. Oda Mai nodded, put away the knife, and didn't ask any more questions. The ideas gradually became clearer. This escape trial doesn't seem that simple. Hidden under the main mission of escape, there is a complex and huge plot. If we dig deeper, we can probably uncover many hidden branches. But, is this really good? Yilin had a headache. If we dig deeper, we will undoubtedly be able to learn more about the truth about Styx Junior High School, but once something is triggered that shouldn't be touched, a lot of changes will happen out of thin air. It's better to do the main mission first. After thinking about it, Yilin made a decision. He didn't hesitate for long. After all, no matter how high the customs clearance evaluation is, it is also based on the premise of clearing the customs clearance. Now that the time has passed, if there is no way to successfully escape, no matter how deep the plot is, it will be of no use. Yulin hid in a deserted corner and held the compass tightly. The deepest desire in my heart. Yulin tried to activate Kangxin's compass. Although Kangxin's compass is powerful, in this trial, he only had 2 chances to locate the target. Yulin did not dare to be careless or waste it. Desire for what? The taste of freedom. The color of the sky. Exit. Desire for survival. Yulin concentrated. Thoughts passed through my heart. The compass was in Yulin's hand. Sensing the desire in Yulin's heart, the pointer spun wildly, 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, unable to stop at all. 10 minutes later. Yulin opened her eyes. He stared at the compass in his hand speechlessly, only to see that the pointer on the compass was still turning, as if it would never stop. Sure enough, when you actually use it, it's not that simple. Yulin rubbed his eyebrows and smiled. Although the compass from the heart can read the deepest desires of the holder and point out the right direction. But the current situation is that even Yulin himself has no idea what exactly he is looking for. If you just long for exit deep down in your heart, the answer is too uncertain for the compass to indicate the correct direction, so it will keep turning around. This is a sign of failure in using the compass. For example, it's like a person having a stomachache. If his inner desire at this moment is to solve this matter, Luo Pen cannot give an answer at all. Because there are so many ways to solve stomach upset. 1. Pull it in your pants. 2. Hold it back. 3. Find a toilet. 4. Solve it anywhere. 5. Let's talk about it next time. Such a desire that is too vague and broad cannot be located by a compass. Unless there is a clear desire for a specific goal, such as I desire the nearest public toilet, then the compass can play a powerful role. At present, Yulin doesn't even know what form the way out of the trial exists. How can the desire that he himself doesn't know clearly be read by the compass? Yulin silently put away Kangxin's compass. It seems that we still need to collect information as soon as possible. First of all, we must find a way to survive. Based on the clues we have so far, the most obvious one, but very likely to be a trap, is the gate. To pass through the gate, you must have an access permit. Does that mean we need to find the vice principal? As for the vice principal, it should be in the vice principal's office. This shouldn't be a big problem. Those 2 teammates, if there were no accidents, should have thought of this a long time ago. If I go now, will it be too late? But if I don't go, I'm very likely to miss some clues. Just when Yulin was hiding and thinking, the class bell rang on time. Dang 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 dang. Yulin remained rooted to the spot. And just when Yulin had no intention of going to class, the narration appeared again. The lunch break has passed, and the school bell rang again. You know, the next class is the advanced theory class taught by Queen Yan Luo herself. You are very worried if you don't go to class, what terrible punishment you will face if Queen Yan Luo finds out. But at the same time, you can't help but have some small expectations deep down in your heart. What if this kind of punishment suits your taste perfectly? Next, you decide. Please choose. A youth that has not experienced skipping classes is not complete youth. As an excellent transfer student, I accidentally skipped a class and then passed by the vice principal's office. Isn't it normal? B. I feel a little uncomfortable. I heard that the health teacher in the infirmary has a gentle personality, charming appearance, long legs and white skin. The world is so big you want to see it. C. Queen Yan Luo's punishment is very terrible. I decided to go to class obediently. To hell with my complete youth. Yo. This time, Yulin did not hesitate for too long, nor did she do any weird tricks. She directly chose A. After selection. Pathfinding mode is activated. Yilin began to walk involuntarily towards the vice principal's office mentioned in option A. After the class bell rang on time. Class 2 of 3 years. Queen Yanluo is still wearing the tight black leather jacket, with one snow-white thigh blowing in the cold wind, and a bulging leather whip around her waist, patrolling back and forth in the classroom. In Class 2 of the 3rd year, there were a lot of empty seats, and Queen Yanluo didn't know if she really didn't notice that there was one person missing, or if she didn't care at all. "Where's that guy? He slipped away." Cao Tiantian looked at the empty seats next to her with a strange expression. "Has that guy started moving yet?" Cao Tiantian silently opened the apostle panel and took a look at the remaining time of the buff. It was already their second day at Styx Junior High School. On the first day, Han Han died tragically. Today, there are 4 apostles surviving in the trial. Although Cao Tiantian is a little reluctant to give up the hidden branch line of Queen Yanluo, if the main line cannot be completed and she cannot leave this weird school, no matter how many branch lines are done, it will be of no use. Think of this. Cao Tiantian quickly communicated secretly with Lu Ruyan and sent out messages one after another. In the corner of the classroom, a faint green light flashed in Lu Ruyan's peaceful eyes. At the same time, Yilin, who skipped class, came to the office building under the guidance of the pathfinding mode. The office building is quite far away from the teaching building. Apart from the head teacher and Queen Yanluo, Yilin has never met any other teachers. There were few people in the office building, which made Yilin wonder whether this was a gathering place for teachers. Before walking up to the office building, Yilin carefully moved forward while using telekinesis to perceive. If every teacher had as terrifying strength as Queen Yanluo, then this office building would be no different from a dragon's den or a tiger's den. But luckily, there was no one else. This is what Yilin finds strange. But at this time, being so weird made it easier for Yilin to do things. In the stairwell, as if for fear that intruders would not be able to find their location, a floor plan of the office building was thoughtfully posted. Yilin quickly scanned the structural diagram. The style of the office building of Styx Junior High School is similar to that of the teaching building. It is integrated and has an old architectural style, with only doors and no windows. Following the structural diagram, Yilin came to the top floor. Judging from the structural diagram, there are only 2 rooms on the huge top floor, which seem to be reserved exclusively for the vice principal. Next door is the secretary's office. Yilin didn't meet anyone else along the way. When she arrived at the vice principal's door, Yilin was slightly startled. The door to the vice principal's office was closed, with a note taped to it. "The vice principal is out for business. If you have any emergency, please walk 10 steps forward to find Secretary Rita." This? If something goes wrong and the vice principal is not found, do you still have to go find the secretary? Yilin's eyes narrowed. He quickly noticed that the note taped to the door did not appear to have been posted recently. The note was covered with a fine layer of dust. If you don't look carefully, you might miss it at a glance. The note was stuck to the door haphazardly and could easily be torn off. Yilin also tore it up. There is nothing to hesitate about. After tearing off the note, the shape of the note left a dust-free stain on the door. One can imagine how long this note had been on the door. The note was held in his hand, without any attributes emerging. In other words, this is really just an ordinary sticky note. It seems that even a route that looks like a trap is not so easy to complete. Yilin casually balled up the note and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Then he followed the note and walked a few steps forward to see what he could gain in the secretary's office. Yilin originally wanted to use telekinesis to explore through the door panel. But just after releasing telekinesis, Yilin's expression changed slightly, but a few seconds later, Yilin smiled. Bingo! I don't know if the walls and door panels of the vice principal's office are made of special materials, or if there are other reasons. Yilin's telekinesis perception, which had been tried for a long time, was unable to penetrate and detect any information. The perception that Yilin exuded was like a mud cow entering the sea, without making any waves. A location that can isolate mental detection? So there must be something special inside. Or is it some kind of special scene? What does it mean if there are no multiple choice questions? From the choice question point of view, I will definitely find a way to get in without hesitation. Aren't you a little bit funny? Yilin thought as he took 10 steps, and as expected, as depicted in the structural diagram, a secretary's office with the door ajar appeared next to Yilin. Just as Yilin was about to approach the door, a lazy and charming voice came from behind the door, laughing happily and roaring. Who is it? Is it you? Giggle. This sounds a little unusual. But in this school, Yilin felt no sense of disobedience. Yilin didn't open the door, just pushed open the ajar door and walked in. The furnishings inside are very simple. A desk. A wardrobe that reaches the ceiling. An old couch. The dark red floor was made of an unknown material, like slate, or other unknown materials. It matched with the yellowish color of the four walls, giving Yilin a feeling of decay and desolation. Yilin had no time to complain about the strange overall architectural style of Styx Junior High School at this moment. I saw a mature woman wearing a professional short skirt and mesh holes in her socks, reclining on the sofa to rest in a lazy and idle posture. Yilin quickly noticed that there were no documents on the desk at all, which made people doubt the purpose of the secretary's existence. When Yilin quickly checked whether the surrounding environment was safe, Secretary Rita let out a sigh and suddenly sat up from the sofa. She arranged her clothes calmly and buttoned an extra button on her jacket. Secretary Rita stared at Yilin coldly. In just a few seconds, Secretary Rita's expression changed drastically, from lazy and shy to confused, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Who are you? Yilin hasn't answered yet. The narrator seems to be more anxious and emerges momentarily. And the emergence speed is a bit faster than usual. Secretary Rita is the vice principal's confidant. When the principal is away, the vice principal has the final say. If even the vice principal is not here, then Secretary Rita has the final say. She noticed you after all, you didn't knock on the door. She also noticed the class number on your school uniform and remembered that there seemed to be 5 transfer students placed in that class yesterday. You suddenly regret your reckless actions. Perhaps, this is not the right choice. After Secretary Rita asked the question, you said as quickly as possible. Please choose. A. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place, sorry, I'll leave right away. B. Sorry, I thought this was a teaching building, but don't be angry, I'll leave right away. C. Bold and evil, I can tell at a glance that you are not a human being, but it doesn't matter, I will leave right away. When the option appears, Yilin narrowed her eyes slightly. Are there any differences between these 3 options? Aren't they all trying to persuade him to leave quickly? This kind of explicit option made Yilin feel a little bit of warmth coming from somewhere, warming her heart. I'm so warm to you. Is it still called a multiple choice question if there is only one option? These 3 options seem to be prompts at first glance. It reminds Yilin that it will be very dangerous if she stays here any longer. But if you think about it carefully, is it possible that even the narration is confusing? Maybe this is the key? As long as you persist, maybe you can discover some big secret? Or even an escape hatch? Or use reverse thinking. What looks like an escape exit from a trap is actually a trap. So, there is no point in going around like this and playing psychological warfare with narrator in a battle of wits and courage. Everything is a choice. Instead of options. Thinking of this, Yilin ignored the options. He smiled at Secretary Rita and said, I am a new transfer student in class 2 of the 3rd year. Rita frowned and stood up from the sofa, Let me ask again, who are you? In an instant, Yulin fell silent. He didn't know how to proceed. Ask again? What's the meaning? Yulin suddenly realized that, as the narration said, coming to the vice principal's office this time was like accidentally touching a red button. The kind that will explode on the spot once pressed. The narrator began to urge frantically. You sense something is wrong in the atmosphere. Danger is approaching. Believe me, it's not safe here. You can't have any trouble now. You will. Choose quickly. A. Leave immediately. B. Leave immediately. C. Leave. So, that's it? Yulin thought of the sarcoma on her back and suddenly realized something. Most of the clues are connected. It turned out that not only him, but also the dead Han, all the apostles in this trial had misunderstood one thing. A matter of life and death. Yulin instantly took off the immature disguise of a student, her expression was calm, the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she deliberately showed an unpredictable smile. What do you think? Secretary Rita looked surprised. Something seemed to have occurred to him deep in his heart. Yulin wanted to tell her. Say it. Just say whatever comes to your mind. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in your heart? About 10 seconds later, Secretary Rita looked Yulin up and down, and suddenly said in a tone of sudden understanding, as expected, Prison Gate Junior High School sent you some of the latest experimental products here. As expected, it's true that they didn't have any good intentions. It is indeed a trick and a lie, XXXX. Yulin's expression condensed. Do not know why. The second half of Secretary Rita's words sounded like strange syllables without any meaning to Yulin's ears. But the moment those strange syllables with unknown meanings came out of Secretary Rita's mouth, they put great pressure on Yulin, as if he could understand those syllables, something terrible would happen. What exactly does that mean? Don't wait for Yulin to think about it. After Secretary Rita finished speaking, her eyes suddenly glowed with a green light that made Yulin feel familiar. They were full of green. Humph, tell us your purpose, otherwise. In the blink of an eye, Secretary Rita's pretty and mature face turned from fair to rosy, from rosy to livid, from livid to waxy purple, changing again and again, very strangely, with two pointed fangs. Slowly stretched out from Secretary Rita's mouth. Yulin chuckled. His eyes fell on Secretary Rita. Let the world feel pain from now on. 3 minutes later. Red and white lights dissipated from Yulin's body. Because there was no one else around at the moment, Yulin used this move. After all, although this move is powerful and integrates offense and defense, if it is seen by an acquaintance, even jumping into sulfuric acid will not be able to clean it up. It is a big misunderstanding. The laughter of Bai Xiaoi and Nai Hongxiu still seemed to be echoing in the air. Ahem. On the ground. There was one more corpse chopped into 1, 2, 3, 17 pieces. Not long ago, she claimed to be the Vice-Chancellor's secretary. He even planned to force Yuren to do something he didn't like. So Yulin could only refuse righteously and try new skills by the way. Yulin looked at the secretary's body expressionlessly and shook his head. This vice principal has a bit of a strong taste. Finished. Yulin began to search the empty secretary's office. Get chaos value at 369. Secretary Rita alone brought more than 300 chaos points to Yulin. If the chaos value of ordinary human beings is about 40-50, then Secretary Rita in front of her is roughly equivalent to the weight of 7 ordinary people. Although Yulin has not yet clearly learned about the Tower's detailed definition of chaos value. But generally speaking, the higher the attributes, the higher the value of the chaos value. This general trend will not be much different. When killing Rita's secretary, Yulin absorbed a layer of bloody spirit. The 5th level of blood, add 3.2. In terms of attributes, the people in this trial were far higher than the soldiers in the Caribbean. Secretary Rita was not too tricky to chop, but the blood intent condensed into her life was actually as high as 3.2. In other words, the sum of her three attributes of strength, agility, and spirit during her lifetime was as high as 15 or more. This is just an ordinary secretary. Perhaps being able to sit in this position was not based on strength, but rather on the taste of the vice principal whom he had never met. If a little secretary has a measurement attribute of over 15, then the entire school. Let's not talk about the number of students. The canteen ant who is as strong as Brother Sug, the campus guard, Queen Yan Luo, how high will the attributes of these elite monsters be? Maybe there are all kinds of weird abilities. So this is an escape trial. Just trying to find a way to escape from this school is difficult enough to put people on the edge of death. Yilin's scalp felt slightly numb just by imagining this. To date. Regarding the dangers in Styx Junior High School, Yilin may have seen only the tip of the iceberg. If someone accidentally triggers a certain condition and all students are instantly demonized, the consequences will be disastrous. It looks like we have to find a way to escape from here quickly. If we delay any longer, it might become more and more difficult. Currently, it seems that the buff lasts only 3 days. But actually the mission time limit is very clear, until death. It is very possible that the real meaning of this time limit is not that we have at least 3 days, but that as time goes by, the difficulty may become higher and higher. Deep in Yilin's heart, various thoughts went through her mind. Prison Gate Junior High School. Although before Yilin took action just now, Secretary Rita didn't tell much information. Even the last half of the sentence was inexplicably blocked. But the words Prison Gate Junior High School gave Yilin a vague understanding of the general structure of this trial world. There is more than one school like Styx Junior High School. The legendary campus battle for hegemony. Now, the house was in a mess. The sofa, desk, and wardrobe were all covered with sharp knife marks. At first glance, they looked like the traces left after being ravaged by a hail of swords. Yilin is very satisfied with the new ability. In the vice principal's office and secretary's office, the wall materials seemed to be specially made. Yilin's telekinesis was unable to penetrate through. After receiving the chaos value prompt, Yilin was sure that Secretary Rita was already dead, and there was no possibility of jumping up and down again. So Yilin also took the time to search the secretary's office in Xin. A few minutes later, Yilin found nothing. Originally, the furnishings in this office were very simple. Apart from some weird sex props that Yilin found in Rita's secretary's drawer, there were no other special discoveries. Huh? Wait. Yilin was a little reluctant. And right now, he constructed the room and compared it with the floor plan of the stairwell. He found that the actual size of the room was much smaller than the structural plan. Huh? Another secret room? So uncreative. Yilin quickly figured out the reason and couldn't help but complain. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 255. Just when Yilin was swiping the secretary elite monster alone in the office building. At the same time. Teaching building. Class 2 of 3 years. Yan Luo is attending class enthusiastically. It is still detailed explanation of advanced magic theory from introduction to mastery to practical combat. Oda Mai was silently dazed. And just as Queen Yan Luo narrowed her eyes and looked around at everyone's progress, Oda Mai's unfocused gaze suddenly focused in front of her. Yan Luo seems to be in a very good mood today. She seems to want to change to a different taste. So, you are in danger. Unless you can master magic. Otherwise, you will face Yan Luo's punishment next. Believe me. You will have 1 minute to make your choice immediately before Yan Luo asks the question. Oda Mai. A girl whose mind was full of daggers expressed her confusion. She obviously didn't do anything. But trouble still comes. Please choose. A. Lie to Queen Yan Luo that she wants to go to the toilet and immediately leave the classroom of grade 2, grade 3. B. Report to Queen Yan Luo that your body is malfunctioning and you need to go to the infirmary to seek help from Dr. Christine. C. No matter what reason you find, first find a way to leave class 2, third year. The situation in front of me suddenly became strange. Even without using her brain, Oda Mai could clearly feel that the options in front of her seemed to be trying to persuade her to leave the classroom immediately. No matter what method is used. Oda Mai frowned. Logically speaking, if you don't understand, you should choose C. But among these three options, there doesn't seem to be much difference in meaning, and it's clear at a glance. On the podium, Queen Yan Luo swayed around. She suddenly took out the whip from her waist and counted the number of people in the class with a smile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 22. There are 2 more. Because of Yilin's skipping classes and Marissa's death, the second class in the third year was missing 2 more students. Queen Yan Luo said to herself. She is not loud. But the classroom is also very small, with walls on all sides, and the charming voice echoes in the small classroom. Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan's delicate bodies trembled at the same time, their legs were clamped tightly together, and they kept rubbing, as if they were recalling some tragic event that they didn't want to recall. Next, let's review the basic fire control technique. I believe this should be very simple for you. After all, you are the elite among the elite, and you are different from the other defective products. All the students had expressions of eagerness to try. The expressions of Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan changed instantly. Choices also appeared in front of them. It's just a choice of content that perhaps only they themselves know clearly. Puff, 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 puff. Streams of brilliant firelight appeared easily from everyone's fingertips. It illuminates the surrounding area. The little flames were like fireflies at night, very dazzling. Cao Tiantian froze for a moment, then took a deep breath. She followed the example of others and raised a finger to mobilize the power she had only mastered not long ago. The lower abdomen, back, between the eyebrows, and the tip of the tongue gradually become unbearably hot. An unknown fire flows in the body. Cao Tiantian opened her mouth to sing, incomprehensibly and intermittently, emitting simple, mysterious, and strange syllables. While singing, a trace of green light lit up in the depths of Cao Tiantian's eyes. These syllables seemed to be taken apart, and she understood each syllable, but when combined, they became a strange language that she could not understand at all, and even Tower did not bother to translate it. But not knowing why can't stop Cao Tiantian from singing. After a brief chant, a weak flame suddenly burst out from Cao Tiantian's fingertips. It's done. This simple movement and chanting seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her face turned pale, and a trace of sweat broke out on her forehead. But anyway, she succeeded. She learned it. She actually learned it. The Queen's training actually works. Although the training process, it doesn't matter, in short, she succeeded. The flame on Cao Tiantian's fingertips lasted for a few seconds and then suddenly went out. But for Cao Tiantian, this is already a very novel experience. After all, using a human body to ignite flames out of thin air belongs to the category of supernatural power. Moreover, this is not a skill, but the power she actually possesses. Strengthen. If she could return to the real world alive, with this new power alone, she would be able to. With a longing for the future and a hint of hidden jealousy, Cao Tiantian quietly observed Queen Yan Luo's reaction, then quickly turned back and looked at Lu Ruyan. In an instant, Cao Tiantian's neck turned and froze at a certain angle, making a snapping sound. This unscientific. How could it be so fast? Cao Tiantian almost couldn't help but say hum. I saw Lu Ruyan smiling slightly, stretching out a slender finger, and a bright flame changed into various shapes on Lu Ruyan's finger. One moment it turns into an Arabic numeral, and the next it turns into a human figure. Lu Ruyan played with interest for a while, seemed to feel uncomfortable, and stretched out another index finger. The same movement lit a second flame on the second finger. What the hell? Caotanation's eyes widened. Lu Ruyan continued to play. The two human figures on the fingers were playing together in various postures. Sometimes they overlapped up and down, sometimes they alternated between left and right, and sometimes their heads and feet were reversed. It was a joy to see. Cao Tian finally couldn't hold it back and shouted. Wonderful! Unexpectedly, Queen Yan Luo was also watching happily next to Lu Ruyan. When she saw the key part, she couldn't help but clapped her hands hard, making a crackling sound. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Teacher Yan Luo, for your cultivation." Queen Yan Luo coughed twice, "Well, you did a good job. I think we need to study it in depth next." It sounds like the word research. Lu Ruyan and Caotanation's faces turned pale at first and then turned red, which was very complicated. They twisted their fingers and bit their lips, which was thought-provoking. Oda Mai hasn't chosen yet. If Yilin could see the three options in front of Oda Mai at this moment, it would probably fill in more gaps in the plot. After all, these three options are more like tips than choices. Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan got angry one after another, and finally they could breathe a sigh of relief. Queen Yan Luo reluctantly moved her eyes away from Lu Ruyan's finger dance. She looked at Oda Mai and spoke slowly in a dignified and gentle tone. "It seems that the new students can't keep up with the courses of Class 2 in the third year. It's really a pity. Do you know what will happen to those students who fail to follow the footsteps of Class 2 of the third year?" Except for Oda Wu, Lu Ruyan, and Cao Tian, everyone else shouted in unison, "I know." "Come on, tell me loudly, the most beautiful queen in Styx Junior High School, where should the bad classmates go?" Repeat a grade. Repeat a grade. Repeat a grade. Repeat a grade. Amid jubilant cheers, Oda Mai stood up from her position with an indifferent expression. At her waist hung a long knife that had not yet been sheathed. "I choose." At the same time, Yilin easily opened the secret room. Although it is said to be a secret room, it actually doesn't have many secrets. After all, it is just a simple partition. After passing through a short passage, only a few meters away, Yilin came to an even weirder room. Inside the room, emotional red lights filled the entire room, and a small hollow lantern was installed on the ceiling. The mottled shadows cast strange shapes on the floor, which looked like some kind of writing or complex incantations. But Yilin couldn't recognize it. In the center of the room is a very domineering large round bed. There is also a covered mirror in the room. The floor is covered with luxurious carpets. There are many decorations around, etc. Is there another door there? Yilin quickly looked around the room and found another door in the secret room. She couldn't help being slightly startled. When exploring unknown maps with connected rooms, many people have different exploration habits. Some people like to open the next door after searching in place. But some people can't help but open another door and take a look to see if there is anything special behind the door, so that they can stay and explore with peace of mind. If only there was a door behind the door. Damn it! Yilin was stunned for 2 seconds. Really? What happened? When he pushed the door open and walked out, he was surprised to find that he walked out of a secret door in the closet. Behind the secret door of the secretary's office is a secret room, and in the secret room is another door. Behind the door is another room, and there is a special door in the room. There is also a gorgeous desk in this room. Behind the desk is a leather chair. Yilin caressed it casually when he passed by. The leather was silky to the touch and very delicate. I don't know what animal's fur it was made of. It looked like it. Very high class. Isn't it possible? Yilin's expression suddenly became strange. The so-called structural diagram flashed in his mind. The latest door that appeared was actually locked from the inside. Yilin quickly opened the door and looked back. Office of the Vice President. And there were still traces of dust on that door after Yilin tore off the note. Yilin suddenly realized. So this is what happened. It turns out that you, Vice Principal, are such a Vice Principal. Although Yilin has not had the opportunity to see the true face of the Vice Principal of Styx Junior High School, she can deduce from the classic office structure design that this Vice Principal is really a genius. Turn out to be. The structural plan of this top floor looks like there are only 2 rooms. But actually, there are 3 rooms in total. They are the Vice Principal's office, Secretary's office and secret room. These 3 rooms are in a pin-shaped structure. From the structural diagram, only the Vice Principal's office and Secretary's office can be seen, but the secret room was deliberately hidden. No wonder the space of the room is much narrower than shown on the structural diagram. It turns out that there is a secret room behind the 2 rooms. After understanding the mystery of boredom, Yilin felt that she had countless things to say, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed reasonable. There are some paintings of unknown meaning hanging in the Vice Principal's office. Those paintings seem to depict some distorted scenery, but most of them are weird splicing of colors, like a dark abyss or a fiery red land of death. In short, it makes people think about it, but if you think about it more carefully, it seems that it is nothing. Meaningful abstract painting. Other than that, there's nothing special about the Vice-Chancellor's office. To be on the safe side, Yilin touched each item to see if there would be an attribute prompt. However, it didn't. Does it look like you're still in the secret room? Yilin always felt that the purpose of this secret room was not just for the Vice Principal to discuss scripts with his secretary late at night. There must be other uses. If it were in an ordinary school, this would make sense, but this was a trial world, and it was also the Styx Junior High School that was full of weirdness. A school of death that absolutely does not exist in the real world and is filled with murderous intent. Wait, mirror. Yilin's eyes narrowed and she quickly walked to the mirror. I choose. Oda Mai stood up in full view of everyone. Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan suddenly had a bad feeling. After all, since the trial, Oda Mai has given them the impression that she is more reserved than Yilin, with a sinister look on her face. Even when they were conspiring to cooperate with Yilin, Oda Mai didn't seem to be here for a trial at all. Instead, she seemed to be planning to come to Styx Junior High School to destroy public property, giving people the impression that she could violently chop down everything in front of her at any time. So far, Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan don't know much about Oda Wu. The only thing they remembered was that not long ago, Oda Mai swung a knife at Queen Luo in class. The speed of the knife made Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan full of vigilance. Don't even dare to be your enemy. Not everyone, before becoming an apostle, has the ability to survive without relying on skills. This kind of apostle with innate military superiority often makes people full of vigilance. And at this time, when Oda Mai said the words I choose indifferently, 2 transfer students from the same world as Oda Mai were able to figure out Oda Mai's next choice almost instantly. Click. In an instant, Oda Mai moved and stepped directly onto the table. She took a few steps and her footsteps became one sound. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Queen Luo. Draw the sword. Oh. You actually attacked this queen again? It seems that you are really quite bad. Oda dance is extremely fast. But what I didn't expect was that Queen Luo seemed to have anticipated Oda Mai's reaction, and even anticipated the trajectory of the sword. The whip with spikes was just in front of him, and the light that seemed to be able to cut through everything, suddenly stopped. Blocked. In mid-air. After Oda Mai swung the knife, she barely hesitated. With a shake of her backhand, another long knife with a red handle appeared in Oda Mai's other hand, and she slashed again with her backhand. Queen Yanluo's expression was slightly startled. She seemed not to have thought that Oda Mai could actually take out a second sword. Where did this come from? Could it be the bottom of the skirt? 2 days of first-class butterfly winding. Oda Mai whispered the name of the move, and it was 2 out of 10, but the power of the second sword was quite impressive. At the side of Queen Yanluo, she bypassed the small whip and drew a weird trajectory in mid-air. In Queen Yanluo's field of vision, the second knife was like the trajectory of a dancing butterfly. It was elusive, undetectable, elegant, and poignant. It seemed very slow, but before the sound of unsheathing could be heard, Queen Yanluo's leather jacket was actually struck by the blade's glow. The tear revealed a large area of snow-white skin, and left a shallow wound on the almost perfect skin. The moment Queen Yanluo was struck by Oda Mai, she let out a sharp scream. At the same time as the screams came out, Oda Wu's pupils shrank suddenly, and under the leather clothes, the snow-white skin and the bright red flesh actually ignited flames. In an instant, a terrifying high temperature spread along the blade to his hand. Oda Mai gritted her teeth. If her teacher hadn't told her that as a swordsman, she couldn't let go of the knife in her hand no matter what. In this terrible high temperature, she might have let go of the knife reflexively because of the pain. The weak point is the heart. Once the sword is drawn, Oda Mai seems to transform into a machine that only knows how to kill and has no emotions. In the blink of an eye, Oda Mai stepped on her smooth little leather shoes and suddenly used her strength on the lectern. She used the 2 swords as wheels and the human axis to spin crazily in the mid-air in front of Queen Yanluo, like a whirlwind. 2 days of first-class waltz. Haha, who said I can only use Bado style? Oda Mai smiled coldly and started fighting with Queen Yanluo directly in the classroom. Everything happened too suddenly. Caught people off guard. Between a few breaths. Oda Mai has fought several times with Queen Yanluo. The terrifying-looking Queen Yanluo was actually injured. It turns out, the elite monster, or the boss Queen Yanluo, isn't that difficult to defeat. But during training, Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan were shocked, and their hearts were beating fast. Fight or not? Can't get on? Group play? Or continue to suffer? These are all choices. If you join a group to fight the boss now, what if you can't defeat it? The end is miserable. Lu Ruyan and Cao Tiantian instantly recalled the fear of being dominated by the whip. Although they are apostles who can travel through various trials and continuously strengthen, in this strange school that obviously transcends common sense, especially after encountering the training of Queen Yanluo, it is difficult for them to have the courage to join the group. When Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan hesitated, it was just a moment or two of hesitation. The situation in Class 2 classroom in the 3rd year has changed again. As Oda danced, 2 swords and swords spiraled towards her, but the injured Queen Yanluo let out a sharp roar, and a terrifying heat wave spread out with Queen Yanluo as the center. Everyone's eyes were stung by a red fire. Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan couldn't even see clearly the figure of Queen Yanluo in the center of the fire. All the tables and chairs were boiling with juice under the heat wave, like chocolate, melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. The air was filled with a strange smell of melting wood. Laugh. Boom. A figure was suddenly ejected from the center of the fire, flew over everyone's heads, and hit the wall hard. In mid-air, a column of blood spurted out, but before it could drop to the ground, it was evaporated in mid-air, leaving not a drop behind. Terrible temperature. On the apostle panel, the health points of Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan were rapidly declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. The expressions of both of them changed. It's time to make a choice. If Queen Yanluo is allowed to continue burning like this, even if they continue to stay in place, they will be burned alive. The health value returns to 0, and it falls into a box. No matter what the situation, one must never let one's health return to zero. This is the iron rule among the apostles. Unless, there are precious life-saving tools. But they didn't. At this time, the center of the fire, Queen Yanluo no longer looked shy at the beginning, her face was ferocious, and her sharp fangs were exposed. Her eyes actually ignited with real flames, and the whip split the melting desk into two halves. The broken end of the lectern did not appear to have been cut by a sharp weapon, but was forcibly melted and then gently divided into two halves. Terrible fire power. She is a passionate Yanluo baby. All the students stood up, not knowing what they wanted to do. Both men and women had a faint green light in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan were about to collapse. At this time, if their eyes don't glow with green light, wouldn't they look very out of place? If you want to live well, do you have to have a little green in your eyes? Oda Mai was blown away by the heat wave. She stuck to the wall for a while, slowly slid to the ground, and quickly stood up again, very persistently, her eyes filled with unwillingness. When Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan saw this familiar posture and eyes, they both had strange expressions on their faces. This unyielding posture is obviously the rhythm before receiving the lunch box. Does this knife-wielding young lady never go online? Don't you watch all kinds of famous flags and film and television scenes? Let's look at Queen Yanluo, who is so hot. The torn wound on the shoulder was actually in the flames, the flesh and blood melted, and healed again as before. Cracked, and healed, cracked. WTM is also cracked. Queen Yanluo bared her fangs and smiled brightly. Holding a small leather whip burning with raging fire, she walked through the students step by step and slowly walked towards the end of the classroom. Notice. The previous sentence, one step at a time, is not a rhetorical device. But where Queen Yanluo's high heels stepped, there was actually a footprint burning with flames, and thick smoke was rising. Wherever it passed, the desk melted rapidly, turning into jelly and sinking. Under the approach of Queen Yanluo, the surrounding students' eyes glowed green, and their eyes were scary, but they screamed in pain. The hair on their bodies smelled of burning, their clothes were getting less and less, and their skin was peeling off, revealing dark red flesh beneath the skin. Only then did Queen Yanluo realize that the other students could not withstand her power, so she immediately restrained herself a bit, and the high temperature in the classroom dropped a bit. After Queen Yanluo restrained themselves, Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan, who had been staying in place, not daring to move, saw their rapidly declining health points turn into a slow decline, finally escaping the fate of turning into boxes for the time being. Oda Mai clenched her swords. She hasn't given up yet. She is a swordsman. Even though she became an apostle, she was still a swordsman. Pursuing the ultimate in knives is her pursuit, not some random evaluation. Fire can also be cut, right? Oda Mai murmured to herself. Although Queen Yanluo restrained her heat somewhat, her entire person was still enveloped in the dazzling firelight. It was as if at this moment, she was the embodiment of flame, and she was the Queen of Flame. No wonder there are 3 characters for fire in the name, it is exactly as the name suggests. What should I do? Fight. You're thinking should. Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan recalled the fear of that night at the same time and quickly communicated on the communication panel. What to do in this situation? Why don't you give multiple choice questions when you should be giving them the most? Have you broken the multiple choice question? And in front of Oda Mai. But narration and options appeared strangely. You disobeyed Queen Yanluo, and Queen Yanluo was very angry. Obviously, Queen Yanluo's power is far beyond your imagination. You can't even hurt Queen Yanluo. Your knife is like scraping to Queen Yanluo. The next choice will determine your life or death. You can't die now. Let's talk later. Please select quickly within 10 seconds. The narrator flashed in front of my Oda at triple speed. Now, Queen Enlugo has crossed most of the classroom and is close to Oda Mai. Please select quickly. A. Run away. B. Run away. C. Escape. Oda Mai. Oda Mai had no intention of paying attention to the increasingly puzzling options. She quickly raised the long knife with a special red handle. The chaotic blade of the long knife reflected Oda Mai's face, which was twisted and evil. Oda Mai was about to give herself a knife. Suddenly, plop! 5 steps away, Queen Enro was about to whip Oda Mai into pieces. He actually knelt down, curled up, and lay on the ground, shivering. Cao Tien Tien. Lu Ruyan. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 256. Queen Yanluo suddenly, very suddenly, without any warning, knelt down. Oda Mai just picked up the knife and was about to cut her wrist. When she saw this scene, she couldn't help but pause, and her hard face was slightly confused. Queen Yanluo wrapped her whole body's heat within half a meter of her surroundings, and did not leak any more than half a meter away. Queen Yanluo's posture at this moment seemed to be that she wanted to shrink into a thick turtle shell and not dare to move. For all the students in Class 2 of the 3rd year, in an instant, the green light in their eyes suddenly dimmed, as if they were so excited that they suddenly felt depressed after being said normal. All the students were huddled in every corner of Class 2, Grade 3, as if they had been infected by Queen Yanluo, and they were also trembling. The situation in Class 2 of Year 3 was strangely reversed. The Queen knelt on the ground for some reason, and the other students were trembling. Ah, this? How fat is this? Is it the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? Regarding this sudden change, Lu Ruyan and Gao Tiantian didn't know what to do. Oda Mai smiled coldly against the wall. Her fighting spirit was high. She drew blood with her sword. She will be unbeatable. She sheathed her sword and was about to. Let's go. Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan finally reacted and made their own choices. After Queen Yanluo's heat was contained, the heat in the air finally became less terrifying. The two of them were sweating profusely. Taking advantage of this inexplicable situation, they rushed out from their respective positions, each holding one of Mai Oda's arms. Without saying a word, he held up Mai Oda, who was about to use the knife to enjoy double the pleasure, rushed out of the classroom through the back door, and ran away. Oda Mai had no expression on her face and slowly typed a question mark. Cao Tiantian explained with hatred, "You are stupid. Have you forgotten that this is an escape mission? Our goal is not to kill monsters, but to escape from this shabby school." As the three of them ran, Lu Ruyan gasped slightly, "Yes, now is not a good time to kill monsters, and there is no obvious benefit to killing monsters. Besides, do you really think that with the strength of Queen Yanluo, can you really kill her when she kneels down?" Cao Tiantian didn't know what she was thinking of, but her face changed and she shook her head wildly, expressing disbelief. Originally, according to the apostles' usual style, Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan did not need to pay attention to Oda Wu at all. After all, you are willing to stay and fight monsters to attract hatred and become a tank. You agree with me, and we did not force you. While you were pulling the boss's hatred, we slipped away. Isn't this a normal operation? But just when Oda Wu was about to draw his sword and kill Queen Yanluo, a narration that filled the screen appeared in front of both Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan. Those three options are vaguely like reminders. Oda Mai, can't die. The force value she displayed will be very useful next. Cao Tiantian nodded secretly. Really? There is no perfect path, that's what this trial turned out to be. As long as a certain point in time is reached, the narration will give out escape tips bit by bit, allowing the surviving apostles to discover the real way out from the various narrations and option prompts. I see. Cao Tiantian suddenly understood. It turns out that this is the reason for the time limit. As time goes by, students and teachers in the school will become more and more demonized, and hints will follow. As the saying goes, there is no absolute death in a trial, that's what it is. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, if they were not given any hints, they would not be able to find a real way out of Styx Junior High School in just 3 days. The difficulty is too high. Escape trial, as the name suggests, this world is for escaping, not for anal sex. Run. Oda Mai silently put away the knife. The 3 of them did not hesitate, took 3 steps at a time, quickly walked down the stairs and arrived at the vast playground. When Cao Tian, Oda Wu and Lu Ruyan arrived at the playground, varying degrees of surprise appeared on their faces. Is it snowing? When? Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, she carefully stretched out her hand. Pieces of snow as fine as goose feathers slowly floated in the air, and finally some of them were taken over by Lu Ruyan in her white palm. There was no hint of coolness wherever the snowflakes touched, and there was no sign of being melted by body temperature. This isn't snow, Lu Ruyan said suddenly. Cao Tian was stunned. What is it if it's not snow? Lu Ruyan, this is ashes. Yes, it's like ashes produced after burning. There is ash in the sky. In front of you. Styx Junior High School. Whether it is the playground, the ground, or the vegetation, everything within sight is covered in a blank and pale ashes. At first glance, it looks like a heavy snow suddenly fell, making the school covered in silver. A campus shrouded in ice and snow. The 3 of them were walking on campus, and as soon as they stepped on it, a fine dust rose up behind them. But soon, it was gradually covered by the ash falling from the sky, covering up the footprints. Pale sky, pale ashes, vast earth, heaven and earth, desolate. What a desolate and beautiful scenery this is. Even Oda Mai, who had always only thought about swords and swords, had an indifferent expression at the moment, staring at the sky, making people wonder what she was thinking. The ashes in front of them, and even the ashes falling on their bodies and shoulders, did not make Lu Ruyan and the others feel dirty. Different from the ordinary dust in the real world, the gray flying everywhere in front of you is paler, purer, and more flawless, making people even unable to bear to touch or trample on it. It seems that even making loud noises to destroy this dead, desolate, and strangely beautiful atmosphere is a sin. Cao Tian raised her head, wiped her eyes, couldn't believe it, and murmured to herself, why does the sky rain ash? Lu Ruyan shook her head, I don't know either. But I guess, Queen Yanluo's reaction is probably related to the ash in the sky. Cao Tian felt chills all over, even Queen Yanluo was so scared that she knelt down on the spot. Isn't this a sign before the world is destroyed, as described in novels and movies? Haha, what does the destruction of this world have to do with us? Just escape. That's true. The 2 of them quickly calmed down after saying a few words to each other. Suddenly. Right now. Boom. There was a loud bang. A huge explosion suddenly came from the teaching building. An astonishing wave of air raged and exploded from all the passages in the entire teaching building. When the air wave reached the playground, all the ash on the ground was lifted up, covering the 3 people's faces. But at this time, Lu Ruyan and the other 3 couldn't care less about the miserable and gray-headed figure. There was a terrifying temperature in that air wave. Even after rolling several times in the passage of the teaching building, when the heat wave hit their faces, they could still clearly distinguish the terrifying high temperature mixed in the air wave, which was very much like the anger of Queen Yanluo, so surging and turbulent. Cao Tian and Lu Ruyan coincidentally imagined the undulating mountains of Queen Yanluo, as huge as they were angry. Cao Tian, it's her. Lu Ruyan, it's her. When Queen Yanluo went crazy again. In front of the 2 of them, multiple choice question and narration reappeared. Lu Ruyan and Cao Tianation's expressions changed slightly, but after they were slightly surprised, they carefully observed the options and quickly made their choices without verbal communication. After making their choice, the two actually entered pathfinding mode and walked in two directions. On the spot, only Oda Wu was left standing proudly on the dusty ground with a sword hanging from her waist. After Lu Ruyan and Cao Tiantian left, the ashes flying in the sky stopped. If it hadn't left ashes all over the place, it might be hard to believe that there were once pure snow-like ashes flying all over the sky under this sky. And about 10 minutes ago. Styx Junior High School Office Building. Office of the Vice Chancellor. Or the Secretary's office. It's the same anyway. Yilin easily and happily cracked the mystery of the Vice Principal's affair secret room and arrived at the secret room. He turned over the Vice Principal's office and found no special props or mechanisms. So I had to give up. Back in the secret room, Yilin's eyes fell on a covered mirror. Although Yilin did not see the mirror, this shape, there should be no other possibility besides being a mirror. It can't be a portal, right? Or maybe it's some kind of magic mirror or something like that. Once you're caught in a mirror, will you go to heaven where you are? Or is it like being sucked into the mirror world? Yilin smiled, and many possibilities flashed through his mind. After all, this is Styx Junior High School. In a weird school where even magic exists without any violation, wouldn't it be very reasonable for a mirror with strange powers to appear? Although Yilin laughed on the surface, she was extremely vigilant in her heart. Why has the entire Styx Junior High School never seen a mirror? It happened to be hidden in the secret room of the Vice Principal and Secretary. If Yilin guessed correctly, this mirror covered with black cloth was most likely the only mirror in the world. Yilin carefully lifted up a corner of the black cloth, but did not lift it completely. She put her hand into it and touched it quietly. The feel, nothing special. But the attribute of mirror suddenly appeared before our eyes. Ordinary full-length mirror. Grade rough. Durability 2/2. Effect extremely fragile. Explanation: this is a precious full-length mirror obtained by superior fraudster Mundi through special channels. He likes it very much. Every time after using it with his secretary, he will wipe it carefully to avoid getting any dirt on it. Rough grade. That is it really just an ordinary full-length mirror? Yilin lowered his head and thought. As for the properties of the mirror, that few words of explanation also made Yilin feel that something was wrong. A superior deceiver? Yilin's eyes flickered slightly. And the effect column is also extremely weird. Can extremely fragile be counted as an effect? An ordinary mirror has an unusual explanation, which everyone will find strange. But at this point, it seems a bit unreasonable to say that he completely ignored the only mirror in Styx Junior High School and turned around to leave. After thinking about it, Yilin suddenly smiled, and then silently took out the knife. After taking out the knife, Yilin suddenly lifted the black cloth covering her goggles completely. The mirror surface is as smooth as new. And in the mirror, a green-faced devil with fangs and wings on his back was looking at Yilin in confusion. Yilin. Yilin had no expression on her face, and without hesitation, she immediately raised her knife and stabbed the devil in the mirror. But at the same time, the devil with green face and fangs and wings on its back in the mirror stabbed Yilin with the same movement and the same speed with the dark red short knife in his hand. Through an ordinary mirror, Yilin and a demon stabbed each other with real swords and guns, just like fencing in the air, very exciting. But when the tip of Blood Jasmine's knife was less than an inch away from the mirror, Yilin suddenly woke up with a slight chill on her back. The devil in the mirror stabbed Yilin with a knife and was also frozen on the other side of the mirror. The tips of the knives inside and outside the mirror were facing each other tit for tat across the mirror, as if they were in another world. Yilin reacted and her pupils shrank suddenly. So that's what happened. The demon in the mirror is not someone else, nor is it a monster with a health bar that can be cut, but him. It's Yiren in the mirror. The ordinary mirror in front of her is like a mirror looking into a demon, reflecting Yilin's truest posture. Is this reality? Yilin quickly put away the knife. He twisted his waist and stretched his arms, just shy of performing a complete radio gymnastics style ancient martial arts strengthening technique. Yilin did it anyway. Not bad at all. The strange him in the mirror also made a round of the same action. Sure enough, is it actually coming in this way? Yilin was finally convinced of what kind of existence they were in this trial world. At the beginning of the trial, Yilin had deduced from the rudiments of their facial features and the resentment close to their foreheads that they had come to this world in a state of being regressed in time. But this is not the case. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this approach does not make much sense. Yilin doesn't know the real ages of Cao Tian, Han Han, and Lu Ruyan, so let's not mention them for now. But Yilin and Oda Mai are only in their early 18s and are still young. Although it is a bit difficult to play a junior high school student, he looks a bit precocious at most, and it is not exaggerated to the point of being a bearded uncle pretending to be a middle school student. That's why Yilin felt that this cuteness didn't make much sense. But now when Yilin saw him in the mirror, she was completely convinced of this matter. It turns out that they did not come in their true form at all. If Yilin guessed correctly, their current bodies were created by a certain entity similar to Saya's birth method, and then entered the Styx Junior High School through transfer students. That's why Yilin and others would have a weird sarcoma growing on their backs without knowing it. And this is why, the moment they appeared, they were already standing on the podium of Class 2, Grade 3, completely omitting the steps of entering the other world with their true bodies. It is very possible that this body is an existence similar to a body copy. It quietly replaced all our data in some way. For it, this kind of thing is not difficult to do at all. After all, every time we return, we can return to the original state by consuming death points. It's like, before we enter the trial, we will go through a data backup process. Then when we return, whether it is missing an arm or a leg, or any injury, even if only half of the body is left, we can easily restore it by spending points. So actually we can also use magic in this world. Similar to Queen Yanluo's power? But we just haven't found a way. So, can this kind of reinforcement be brought back to the real world through learning and exercise, and become an ability that can be mastered independently? Yilin thought of many possibilities, and her thoughts became clearer. But Yilin frowned again. This still cannot fully explain why there are no other mirrors in Styx Junior High School except here. Just to prevent students from discovering their ugliness. Isn't it? Maybe there are other more meaningful reasons. Yilin always felt that something was wrong. But I couldn't figure it out for a while. So he thought about it more seriously. But Yilin didn't notice that when he was thinking about the violation of the mirror, a black spot appeared out of thin air in the center of the mirror. An extremely pure black spot, like a black hole inside a mirror, absorbs all the red erotic lights in the secret room. The black spot gradually expanded from a dot to a piece, a small piece. When Yilin came back to her senses, she found that she in the mirror seemed to be stained by a large thick ink stain. The image in the mirror, from her neck down to her navel, was completely covered by the black ink. Cannot see the original appearance clearly. This strange scene seems to indicate that something is coming. The strange changes happened suddenly and caught people off guard. At this juncture, Yilin could only take out the knife again and moisten his throat. No matter what monster was about to run out in the mirror, he could be prepared to use disaster written to smear it in the face. Yilin didn't know that when the mirror surface changed strangely. The sky was filled with flying ash, as pale as snow and as fine as sand, quietly covering the entire school, leaving no corner behind. What Yilin didn't even know was that at this moment when the sky was filled with ashes, all the creatures in the academy, except for their apostles, all looked at the sky, knelt on the ground, and trembled. Yulin is unaware of everything happening in the outside world. But even if he knew it, he had no time to care about it at the moment. Because of the mirror in front of me, darkness spread completely, the mirror surface was completely submerged, and it was completely dyed a strange black. All light and all reality cannot leave any image or trace on the black mirror. Yulin suddenly felt that this dark color looked familiar. Somewhat like the darkness that shrouds Styx Junior High School at night. But there's something different about it. Yulin's whole body tensed up, she clenched the knife in her hand and stared into the abyss in the mirror, not daring to breathe out. It seemed as if just exhaling forcefully would disturb some kind of terrifying existence. Yulin knew in his heart that the situation in front of him was beyond his expectation, out of his control, extraordinary and very bad. He should run away. Or to stop it all. No matter how bad it is, you can't stare into the abyss in the mirror. Because, this is unlucky. It's like a flag before death. But for some reason, Yulin felt that in front of that darkness, it became extremely difficult for Yulin to breathe and think. Her mind went blank, leaving only confusion. Etc. Why is it blank? Blank space and darkness are obviously difficult to associate together. The ordinary mirror in front of me seems to have become an abyss, or a passage connecting the abyss. It seems that as long as you cross this mirror, you can reach another world. Suddenly, a hand suddenly emerged from the abyss. It was a pale palm. From the dark mirror, a pale palm suddenly appeared. Black and white, like a painting. Yulin's thoughts, which seemed to have been frozen by the darkness, came to life again the moment the palm appeared. Pale, withered, desolate, death, edge, earth, sky, master. When Yulin saw the hand slowly reaching this way from the other side of the mirror, words that could not be separated into sentences appeared in Yulin's mind. Those words didn't mean anything, and Yulin couldn't figure out why, but when she saw that palm, one meaningless word after another flashed through her mind. When Yulin wanted to think about it carefully, she quickly forgot what the last flashed word was, leaving only a blank thought. That palm cannot be recalled, explored, described, or speculated upon. That dark mirror seemed to connect two worlds. The world where Yulin lives. And the world where that hand lies. The palms are getting bigger and bigger. Getting bigger. Yulin's expression suddenly changed drastically. A finger, silently, penetrated the barrier of time and space, penetrated the mirror, and penetrated from the other side. That finger was huge. On the pale fingers, the slightly sharp but seemingly carefully manicured black nails were actually a bit bigger than Yulin's face. Those are not human hands. Oh, of course it can't be a human, to be precise, that's not a palm that should exist on a normal human body. At that moment, the huge fingers slightly squeezed out of the mirror. On the dark mirror surface, with the finger as the center, ripples rippled out in circles. The ripples reached the edge of the mirror and turned into waves of horrifying distortions. The wall behind the mirror suddenly twisted into various weird shapes, like a whirlpool in the deep sea. Along with the terrifying distortion and vibration, the entire mirror made a clicking sound, as if it was overwhelmed, as if it would be crushed by that terrible finger at any time. No. Yulin suddenly woke up. Never let that finger fully extend. It is absolutely impossible for this mirror to allow the palm to completely stretch out from the strange world behind the mirror, but just the first exposure of a pitch-black nail made Yulin feel the pressure of death. If the entire finger could be stretched out, the consequences will be disastrous. When Yulin came back to her senses, a chill ran down her spine, and drops of sweat dripped down her hair. Yulin did not hesitate, and crazily activated the blood jasmine. With the blessing of Nai Hongzio's form change, with Yulin as the center, countless hair-like bloodshot blood surged towards the mirror and strangled. He did this not to fight off the finger, nor to trim the nail on that finger, nor to naively think that he could cut off half of the finger with this little strength. Yilin's purpose is very simple. Crash. Countless blood threads enveloped it, and in the blink of an eye, the ordinary mirror was wrapped in the blood threads of blood jasmine, like a blood cocoon. Yilin drove countless blood threads regardless of consumption, strangulating, and strangulating in the blood cocoon. Finally, the blood streaks receded like a tidal wave and reshaped into the shape of a short sword in Yilin's hand. After the bloodshot strangulation, only a large piece of thin glass slag was left on the ground, and there was no longer a strange ink shadow on it. That finger retreated. When no one was around, Yilin sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, with a solemn expression and silence for a long time. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 257. It was almost cold. I don't know how long it took, but Yilin calmed down. Recalling the scene just now, Yilin couldn't help but feel a little scared. The pressure that pale palm put on Yilin was too terrifying. In her memory, Yilin had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Even if it was just a quick glance, that palm seemed to leave a pale shadow in Yilin's mind, lingering like a nightmare. Although there is no comparison, the pressure that palm brought to me was actually more terrifying than the original Apocalypse Night. If I guess correctly, that mirror is equivalent to the group killing engine of this trial. Only half of the nails on that palm passed through the mirror and crossed the border, which made Yilin feel a great fear of death. If the whole finger was really extended, what would happen? It was unimaginable. But needless to say, the consequences are nothing more than the end of the group being wiped out. The attribute description of the tower left a glimmer of hope after the opportunity to destroy the group was activated. That's effect. Yilin was still surprised at first, why the effect column of an ordinary mirror turned out to be extremely fragile. In other words, the real purpose of this mirror is to break it. Only by smashing it into pieces can the only way for the pale palm to come to this world to be completely destroyed, and the group destruction to be completely avoided. This is also the reason there isn't even a mirror in Styx Junior High School. Fortunately, this is the first time since Yilin's rebirth that he feels so close to death, as if a foot has already stepped into the other side. If he had been slower, he might have completely fallen into the Styx Junior High School and become a mess. Fertilizer at Styx Junior High School. Why would such a terrifying existence appear in this level of trial? Yilin was puzzled. Do you believe in God? When killing Henry Zhang and taking away Henry Zhang's qualification to become an apostle, the line that only appeared in front of him once in his life appeared in Yilin's mind inadvertently. Like a brand, the words are clear, engraved and unforgettable. Is that pale palm really a god? How can you not believe it now that things have happened? After calming down, Yilin used her feet to smash the completely broken glass shards on the ground into a pile and placed it in the corner. After Yilin repeatedly confirmed that the glass shards would not cause any more trouble, she finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the look of my in the mirror is still very chic and a bit cool. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to take a second look. After the crisis, Yilin's mind became active again. He is still undergoing trials and has not left this world yet, and it is not yet time to summarize. The doubts in my heart were suppressed for the time being. Apart from the odd mirror, there seems to be nothing special about the 3 consecutive rooms in the shape of the word pin. That's weird. Is the purpose of this secret room really just to hide this group-destroying engine? It's too much of a fuss. In addition, according to this design idea, it seems more reasonable to set up an emergency escape passage. After all, it is used by the vice principal to hide monsters in the Golden House, etc. Escape route. After thinking about this, Yilin was suddenly stunned, and her expression gradually became serious. That's right. No wonder he always felt like something was wrong. Escape hatch. This is an escape trial. No wonder Yilin felt something was wrong, like something was missing. This creative secret room structure, which is rare even in the real world, should have an emergency escape passage leading directly to the outside world. In this way, no matter what happens outside, what movement there is, or who breaks in, the vice principal and secretary hiding in the secret room can tidy up immediately and leave the big round bed calmly. I see. Yilin was stunned. But here comes the problem. Where are the emergency escape routes? Isn't this the same old secret room again? Yilin was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. The answer is clearly right in front of us. Vice Principal, you are really good at guarding me so tightly. Yilin couldn't penetrate the wall with telekinesis, so he could only use the clumsiest method, taking out the Xiaoshizhen brand ancient knife specially used to pry the window, dig holes, and fish out things, and beat on the wall inch by inch to see if there was anything hidden behind the wall. Hollow. 10 minutes later. Yilin found nothing. He was certain that the touch feedback from the wall did not exist in any space behind the wall. Or maybe the so-called escape channel cannot be tested in this scientific way. Could it be magic? Or maybe it's magic. During this trial, they were not in an ordinary world. This world had extraordinary and strange abilities. The unknown language in the textbook, coupled with the Zunrong in the mirror, Yilin had roughly guessed this. The true face of Styx Junior High School. That's right. The escape route is naturally to escape from this world, not from this office building. How can an ordinary escape passage allow people to escape from this world? In other words, this escape exit must be extraordinary, and it is even very likely that it is not a door. Yilin muttered to herself, smiled, and slowly looked at her feet. Although laying a layer of high-end carpet in an interesting secret room is very reasonable and suitable for rolling around, it is not against the rules. But if there is anything missing in this secret room, apart from the ceiling, there is only Yilin's feet, under the thick carpet. Yilin used an all-purpose military, Xiaoshizhen brand ancient knife to carefully cut the carpet under her feet. Sharp and easy to use. After cutting the carpet, the truth hidden by the vice principal was finally revealed in front of Yilin. The next second. However, Yilin couldn't help but slowly typed a question mark. At the same time, Oda Mai is still wandering around the playground. Bored. No monster to cut. Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan each followed the narration prompts and ran in different directions. When their legs started to activate in the automatic pathfinding mode, Cao Tiantian and Lu Ruyan looked at each other's backs, their expressions changing slightly. The two women randomly started flirting in the communication function. Cao Tiantian, Sister Lu, are you not kind? Lu Ruyan, what do you say? Smile. Cao Tiantian, where are the allies we agreed on? The main mission this time is to escape, there is no need for us to hide and tuck in. Lu Ruyan, haha, that's right, I don't intend to hide it either. I received a tip that something had happened in the office building, and that there might be a tip about the exit. Cao Tiantian, what? How come? Shock. Lu Ruyan, what about you? Cao Tiantian, the narrator reminds us that there may be meat bones left over from making soup in the canteen. Lu Ruyan? Cao Tiantian, haha, guess what? Who in this school likes to chew meat and bones the most? Lu Ruyan, I guess everyone likes to chew. Cao Tiantian. Lu Ruyan, anyway, I wish you good luck. Cao Tiantian, good luck. Lu Ruyan, definitely win. Cao Tiantian, must get add 1. The two women ended the call. Cao Tiantian smiled coldly. She did not lie to Lu Ruyan. As for whether Lu Ruyan lied to her, Cao Tiantian was not sure. But what if Lu Ruyan knew there were meat and bones in the cafeteria? Cao Tianatian's smile grew wider and wider. When she closed the communication interface, Cao Tiantian had already walked to the dome-like canteen. Looking up, after a burst of white ash fell strangely from the sky, the top of the entire canteen was covered with a layer of snow-white ash. It really looked like a huge egg, which made Cao Tianatian's appetite surge. Saliva is secreted rapidly in the mouth. Gudong. Cao Tianatian's subconscious swallowing movement almost squeezed out her Adam's apple. For some reason, since she accepted the Queen's training, her taste has become more and more weird. Even seeing this kind of giant egg will trigger the conditioned reflex of salivation. Forget it, as long as I can return, everything can be cured. These things are nothing, nothing. Cao Tiantian thought of that night, her delicate body trembled slightly, her face turned red and white, feeling ashamed and scared. Just get out of this damn place. Cao Tiantian silently made up her mind. She stepped into the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, it was pitch dark. It's not mealtime now, and the huge canteen is empty. I didn't realize it when there were so many people, but when Cao Tiantian slipped into the cafeteria alone, the neatly arranged seats, the residual wet marks on the table, the shadows in the corners, the smell of blood in the air, and the things placed randomly everywhere, dirty rag, everything in front of him was so eerie and weird that it made Cao Tianatian's hair stand on end. Psychological effect, right? This is just a canteen. After arriving at the cafeteria, Cao Tianatian's feet were free again, and now she could only comfort herself in this way. Thinking of this, Cao Tiantian felt a lot more comfortable, the haze was dispelled, and there were no taboos. Yoshi, Tiantian, you can do it, come on. After all, you are a strange woman who managed to escape from the Queen's whip. Cao Tiantian subconsciously touched Yan Luo's bald forehead, a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, and took out a pan from the storage space with her backhand. This frying pan looks inconspicuous, but it is a treasure that integrates offense and defense. It can rob homes, kill people, and set fires. It is very useful. Used to block knives, guns, bullets, everything. In so many trials, she relied on this superb flat pot technique to survive life and death situations again and again. This pot is her treasure. Now that there is no one around, she no longer hides her clumsiness. She directly holds the trump card in her hand, and instantly becomes confident. According to the narrator's prompts, it should be there. After careful observation, Cao Tiantian saw that the cafeteria was really empty, so she decisively got into the back kitchen through the opening for cooking. There was a strong smell in the kitchen. Cao Tiantian couldn't tell what it smelled like. The taste was complex and made Cao Tiantian want to vomit, but it also made Cao Tiantian salivate again. She knew something was wrong with her now, so she could only grit her teeth and walk all the way to a conspicuous cauldron. There are also no windows in the cafeteria. It was not yet night. But the cafeteria was dark and silent. This atmosphere, like in a thriller, made Cao Tiantian feel a little nervous. But only slightly. After all, he is a senior apostle who has experienced several trials and will never be intimidated by this atmosphere. Unless, I can't help it. Cao Tiantian resisted the strong discomfort and suddenly opened the lid of the pot. There was still half a pot of soup left in the pot. The soup had long since cooled down, with a layer of white solidified fat floating on the surface. Part of the smell permeating the air came from the leftover soup in front of me. Cao Tianatian's face changed slightly. She endured the nausea and directly reached out to fish into the greasy soup, stirring and searching quickly. I have to hurry up. If I let that woman react, no, No matter what, as long as I can escape, everything will be fine, everything will be fine. Huh? Got it? Soon, in just one sentence, Cao Tian had touched the long cylindrical bone from the depths of the soup. The long cylindrical bone was even adhered to the skin and flesh that was not rotten, and the finger bones were connected with tendons. Hanging softly. Click. At this time, in the dead silence, in the darkness with only Cao Tian talking to herself, a strange noise suddenly came from behind Cao Tian. At first glance, it sounded like something had accidentally fallen to the ground. Listen carefully again. It seems a bit familiar. Also like the sound of the butcher's knife chopping on the chopping board. This classmate, the school rules stipulate that no student is allowed to break into the kitchen without permission. An amiable voice came from not far behind Cao Tian. After saying goodbye to Cao Tian in the communication panel, Lu Ruyan followed the narrator's prompts and choices and was about to arrive at the office building. Huh? That's... Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's pupils shrank slightly, and a trace of fluctuation appeared on her quiet and pretty face. She didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but she happened to see a familiar figure leaving the office building, stepping on the dust everywhere. Although the two met slightly far away, Lu Ruyan could still tell who the figure was. It's him. How did he come out of the office building? Oops. Is it too late? No. If it was too late, how could he still be here? He should have left this ghost place long ago. Lu Ruyan came to the conclusion in an instant, feeling quite confident in her heart. Her panic disappeared in a flash, and her expression became firm again. 5 minutes later, Lu Ruyan came to the vice principal's office. Although it was a reminder from the narrator, Lu Ruyan was not naive enough to think that this place would be as safe as a small hotel. So when she walked up the stairs, she was cautious every step of the way and did not dare to be careless. But in fact, this process was smoother than Lu Ruyan imagined. Without any surprises, she arrived at her destination. Lu Ruyan noticed at a glance that there was an obvious square mark in front of the door of the vice principal's office marked on the floor plan. There was no dust in the mark, as if a piece of paper had been pasted on it not long ago, but it was someone took it off. It is indeed him. He has already been here. This subtle discovery made Lu Ruyan's heart sink. According to the apostle's rule of thumb, if there were any escape clues in the vice principal's office, Yilin would have definitely taken them away and would never leave them where they were and let others pick the fruits. This is impossible. It's not scientific either. It is not in line with the apostle's character and habits. Unless, you can't take it with you. Lu Ruyan walked into the vice principal's office with some anxiety. The door is unlocked. Lu Ruyan broke through easily. Since he has already been here and just left, there should be no other dangers here. Even if there is danger, it is likely that the insidious man has checked it out. Of course, Lu Ruyan could not completely deny the possibility that that person would leave some traps. After all, he looked a bit evil on the outside and was not easy to get along with. He seemed to be capable of such moral decay. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's heart that had just been relieved was slightly raised again. Lu Ruyan carefully searched the vice principal's office. As she initially suspected, nothing was found here. Everything was as clean as a clubhouse after a sweep. After thinking about it, Lu Ruyan hurriedly ran to the secretary's office next door. The moment he opened the door, a strange smell of blood hit his face. At a glance, the entire room was covered with messy cutting marks. Lying on the ground was a strange corpse that had been broken into more than 10 pieces and could not be pieced together at all. That corpse isn't human. But by this time, Lu Ruyan had already guessed that the people in the entire school were unusual. This corpse confirmed her inner thoughts, and there were not many surprises. What surprised Lu Ruyan was the way the body was dismembered and the sharp cuts remaining around it. like knives, but the number is too terrifying and too dense. It was like being scraped through a meat grinder. This scene made Lu Ruyan feel chills all over her body. Only the devil knows what kind of inhuman treatment the corpse on the ground suffered before it died. Poor thing. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but mourn for 2 seconds for the body that was cut into many pieces on the ground. After a moment of silence, she couldn't help feeling deeply how terrible Yilin was. It can be roughly inferred from the scene that the scene at that time must have been very intense. It is very likely that in a very short period of time, that person would use some ability or skill to instantly kill the unidentified corpse on the spot. Terrible. After searching around, Lu Ruyan found nothing except the bodies on the ground. She was unwilling to give in. The narrator reminded that there might be clues here. But why? Was it really taken away by him? Or is the clue actually the body on the ground? An elite monster suspected to be a secretary? What exploded after being killed? Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. After a while, Lu Ruyan could only accept this cruel fact helplessly. But at the same time, Lu Ruyan's mind couldn't help but become active. Have a bee in one's bonnet. If that man really discovered something. How about? Anyway, when we return to the real world, everything will be repaired as before, smooth as new. How about? Maybe even? Acridine. It doesn't matter, you can do it. It's not just once or twice anyway. Well, it must be possible. This is a woman's instinct. After all, Lu Ruyan was also a qualified apostle. He did not stay there for too long, but instead quickly thought about the next step. As long as he doesn't leave, I still have a chance. Lu Ruyan still has this kind of confidence. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to leave, her steps suddenly stopped. Wrong. There seems to be something wrong with the layout of this room. In the floor plan, the two rooms are almost square, with the same length, and it is a very regular house design. But Lu Ruyan suddenly discovered that whether it was the vice principal's office or the secretary's office, the interior of the room had an obvious rectangular structure, and the length seemed to be shorter than the plan view. Where did the short end go? 2 minutes later, Lu Ruyan looked at the secret compartment behind the wardrobe with a slightly startled expression. It turns out that this is where the real secret lies. Lu Ruyan entered the passage with curiosity. Obviously, this place has been explored by Yilin. Normally, nothing useful is left behind. But Lu Ruyan didn't want to give up. Since he had discovered the secret, it didn't hurt to take another look. The worst outcome is to return in vain. What if there is? People always have to have hope, otherwise what is the difference between them and salted fish? With various small thoughts in mind, Lu Ruyan arrived at the secret room that Yilin had just left not long ago. This secret room is full of emotions. The moment he entered the secret room, the dark red lights, the 4 walls, and the imaginative big round bed in the center of the room, all reminded Lu Ruyan of some kind of bedtime exercise, and her face turned slightly red. Of course, now is not the time to blush. Lu Ruyan quickly looked at the surrounding environment. There isn't much special on the walls, and there are some simple decorations in the room that don't look special. What's that shiny thing in the corner? Women seem to have a natural affinity for shiny things. Lu Ruyan quickly walked towards the corner without hesitation. The shiny thing was very small. If women weren't naturally sensitive to such things, they might have been ignored at a glance. Diamonds, Lu Ruyan searched for a while, then she couldn't laugh or cry. Glass shards. Wait, why is there glass shards here? No. To be precise, there should be a mirror here. It's a mirror. By the way, it turns out to be a mirror. He broke the mirror and took all the pieces away. But he accidentally left this glass shard behind. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized. No wonder when she was taking a shower, She especially noticed the strange thing that there was no mirror in the bathroom. After all, while she was cleaning up, Lu Ruyan still wanted to take a closer look at the traces left by Queen Yan Luo. And now a pile of glass shards that used to be mirrors appear here. What does it mean in this secret room? Lu Ruyan almost didn't need to think too much, and she was sure and convinced that that sinister, cunning, and terrifying man must have discovered something in this room. This discovery might be the key to their escape from this world. But what did he find? The more curious Lu Ruyan became, the more it felt like there was a kitten in her heart, scratching and scratching, and it was very itchy. It's a pity, but maybe we can find a way to get him to say it. Lu Ruyan began to have small thoughts again. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and Lu Ruyan could not ignore it. After a while, Lu Ruyan looked at the room again. In addition to the shards of glass in the corner, Lu Ruyan also noticed something inconsistent in the room. The big round bed, is it placed in the center? Isn't it? So you have ideas. Lu Ruyan's heart moved. It stands to reason that that man was able to find this place, kill the secretary instantly, and was even careful enough to take away the broken glass, so he shouldn't have left a single shard of glass behind. Is it intentional? No, that doesn't make sense. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip lightly, constantly inserting herself into the man's brain circuit, while taking small steps, pacing back and forth around the big round bed. After a while, Lu Ruyan slapped her forehead and said in shock, unless there is something else in this secret room that attracted his attention, which made him accidentally leave a glass shard. Oh, I see, there is only one truth. Something else. Lu Ruyan slowly looked at the big round bed. Then, pushed the big round bed away with force. In an instant, Lu Ruyan froze in place as if she had been shocked by electricity. At the same time, in the school, Yilin walks on ashes. He frowned and looked at the snow-covered campus, which was covered with a layer of snow white. Yilin was surprised by the earth-shaking changes before his eyes. Is this gray? Why was the entire school suddenly shrouded in ash? Is the sky gray? So fantasy? No. Yilin's pupils suddenly shrank slightly and a chill ran down his spine. The handful of fine dust held in his hand couldn't help but slip from his hand. That's it? It's the pale hand stretched out from the world behind the mirror. The grey campus in front of her and the desolate scenery made Yilin involuntarily think of the strange color of that palm. Pale. The moment Yilin said this word, there was a sharp pain in the depths of her brain. In the secret room, when Yilin faced the hand that seemed to bring desolation to the world, many inexplicable words flashed through her mind like lightning. But after the incident, Yilin couldn't remember anything, as if even those words, even the description of the pale palm, had become a taboo. But now, Yilin caught a faint impression, and when he connected it with the memory of that pale palm, he suddenly felt a splitting headache, as if something was about to burst out of his head. This situation and feeling were very eccentric. Yilin quickly cleared her mind of all thoughts, and the pain immediately dissipated a lot. At this moment, Yilin had no time to think too much. All he could think about was the discovery in the secret room. There is no doubt that there is definitely a way to escape. The real way out? But, why the hell do you set the exit to this level of difficulty? Are you sick? Is this interesting? Let alone being close at hand, it was simply stepping on it. However, there was no way to start it. Even the experienced Yilin couldn't help but feel a little depressed when faced with this painful situation. Kick, kick, kick. Suddenly, around the corner of the teaching building, there was a sound of methodical footsteps. Who is it? When Yilin narrowed her eyes slightly, the foreshadowing was not buried for long, and Oda Mai rushed out from the corner in the blink of an eye. Knife in hand. The knife is out of its sheath. The knife was dripping with blood. Yilin. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 258. Who did you kill? As soon as Yilin met Oda Mai, she couldn't help but ask. Oda Mai silently shook the blood on the knife. She pointed back. Hiss. Yilin looked in the direction pointed by Oda Mai, and immediately sucked in a mouthful of grey ash. I saw a mass of black heads, like a rolling wave, coming from the direction of the teaching building. Every student wearing youthful and beautiful student uniforms has a look of madness and desire on their face at this moment, like thousands of troops galloping, with dust rising behind them, rushing towards the direction of Yilin and Oda Mai. Seeing this scene, Yilin suddenly felt his scalp numb. No matter how incompetent the demonized students were, once this group of students reached a large scale, they could never be resisted by one person. At least, they can't do it now. This is not fighting on the battlefield. Haven't you seen that even my Oda, who only knows how to use swords, has learned roundabout guerrilla tactics for the first time? Even my Oda, who was used to charging into the enemy's ranks, chose to stay away from the enemy for the time being. One can only imagine how terrifying the demon army was. Coupled with the wide scene, it is obviously not suitable for a head-on fight. Run. Yilin didn't hesitate. Compared to Oda Mai, he is even less suitable for group battles. Especially in a melee, the shadow following effect cannot be brought into full play. Under such unfavorable conditions, Shibai will mindlessly attack the monster pile. Ha 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 ha. In the dust. A brilliant fire, like sunset, illuminated the sky. In an instant, a terrifying heat wave swept over like a whirlwind. The rolling heat wave is mixed with white fly ash. The ash fell from the sky to the ground, and now it is rolled up into the sky again by the heat wave, spreading everywhere. This scenery actually has a different kind of beauty. Yilin turned on running fast and ran slightly faster than Oda Mai. She and Oda Mai went directly into the woods. What on earth have you done that is so outrageous? Let me tell you. Yilin couldn't laugh or cry at this sudden development. He just skipped a class, slipped into the vice principal's office, and made a major discovery. When he looked back, the entire Styx Junior High School had changed beyond recognition, and a group of demons were dancing around. In the crowd, Baiu even shoots out a few small fireballs from time to time. It is conceivable that the group of demon is definitely not comparable to ordinary mobs. This is a bunch of mobs that can use magic. Oda Mai sheathed the sword and held it tightly. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and then told Yilin what happened in a few words. Although she is not good at communicating with words and is better at convincing people with reason, she feels that the current situation will be better handled by telling Yilin what happened. After all, Oda Mai thinks that Yilin is better at using her brain, and she is better at using a knife, and they perform their respective duties, which is quite good. I chopped it off, Yan Luo. Then what? Then she got down on her knees. Yilin nimbly pulled Oda Wu and evaded in the terrain of the grove, avoiding everyone's sight. He was slightly startled when he heard the words, but suddenly his tone became condensed. Did ash fall from the sky at that time? I don't know. When I came out, it was indeed floating. This is so. Yilin was stunned. Could it be that at the moment when that finger stretched out from the mirror, the sky was filled with dust, and all the people on this campus sensed the bastard energy of that finger at the same time, and then they knelt down and trembled? Although Yilin was not in the classroom of grade 2, grade 3 at the time, from the few words of my Oda and Yilin's own experience at the time, she could make up the scene at that time. Everyone kneeled down subconsciously. Everyone couldn't help but crawl under the breath inadvertently leaked by that finger. It's like all the creatures in this college are afraid of the majesty like a master. What kind of existence is behind that finger? Yilin felt that she was very close to the truth behind Styx Junior High School. There is no time to think too much at this time. Oda Mai continued, in the playground, I chopped down a few randomly. Then someone else came out and ate them. As I walked, I chopped down a few more. Then the body was eaten again. Then Yilin weakly interrupted Oda Mai, just tell me how many times you cut. Oda Mai thought about it seriously, then shook her head, I can't count. Yilin was silent for 3 seconds. He can't say he dislikes Oda Mai's behavior. He has promoted the situation of Styx Junior High School to this day. It can be said that Oda Mai has occupied an important position without thinking. Everything is a choice. This is my Oda's choice, and there's nothing to say about it. No wonder the school rules stipulate that except for the food in the cafeteria, students are absolutely not allowed to eat other messy food. Oda Mai slowly typed a question mark. Yilin smiled, did you know that when raising certain animals, they usually feed cooked meat? This is to avoid the smell of blood in raw meat and stimulate the bloodthirsty instinct of carnivores. This is also why we eat cooked food. A dog that eats raw meat will be much tamer than a dog that eats raw meat. Oda Mai still doesn't seem to understand. Don't you understand yet? Yilin explained, this story tells us a very important truth. Food must be cooked before eating. Eating raw food can easily lead to metamorphosis. Oda Mai finally tapped her head a few times, oh, I understand. Yilin was stunned, understood. Understood. Although Yilin made a casual joke, Oda Mai seemed to take it seriously. This school has a complete competition system and education methods, including brainwashing, birth, feeding, and cultivation. It is like a complete production chain, starting from the production of basic raw materials and going through tedious processing. Program, gradually cultivating an egg into a finished product. As for Styx Junior High School, to put it bluntly, it is actually a demon cultivation assembly line operated with scientific thinking. This is a devil's factory. What this factory wants to cultivate is not an ordinary devil, but a new type of devil cultivated through complete education and using scientific feeding concepts. Oh, I got it. Yilin figured it out a little more. Why does class 2 of grade 3 always have only 20 students? In fact, the name class 2 of 3 years is not important at all. What is important is that this devil breeding factory adopts the mentality of cultivating elites, survival of the fittest, and they only need 20 for each batch of finished products. Only. There are still several doubts about which Yilin has no conclusion yet. It can be seen from the mirror that the current body that is similar to a replica should also be similar to a demon in human skin. But why didn't he feel as strongly as Queen Yanluo and others when he stretched out his finger? According to what Mai Oda said, Queen Yanluo suddenly became trembling and knelt down instantly. Call. The heat wave blowing from behind was like a knife cutting. Although Yilin and Oda Mai were chatting, they did not dare to slow down their steps and soon passed through the woods without anything special happening. And just as the two were walking through the woods, on the other side of the woods, Queen Yanluo frantically mobilized her power, like a bulldozer, turning her feet into a piece of scorched earth, burning everything in the way in front of her. Queen Luo hated Oda Mai so much for everything she did. Amid the billowing smoke, there were countless shrill screams. Obviously, Queen Yanluo no longer cares about the life and death of other mobs. After being burned, she no longer has any remaining power, and even friendly mobs are directly included in the AoE range. Horrible, so terrifying. Even though they were separated by a forest, Yilin and Mai Oda could clearly feel that the air around them was vibrating and boiling. Even the air he breathed into his lungs was filled with a burning smell. The intense stimulation made Yilin feel an unbearable sting in her chest even when she breathed. Although Yilin is also very greedy, if the chaos value contained in those monsters is normal, this is definitely a perfect opportunity to harvest a wave of chaos value. But under the current circumstances, Yilin could not risk being burned to ashes by Queen Yanluo to kill monsters. Moreover, if Queen Yanluo catches them, there may be even more inhuman training and abuse waiting for them. It's getting dark. But the sky in the distance was illuminated as red as the sunset under the anger of Queen Yanluo. Yilin quickly took out the compass. The goal is clear. Yilin is also eager enough. So, the compass from the heart, activate. Unlike how the compass is used in the Caribbean, perhaps it has lost its home in the sea, or perhaps it has lost the support of the curse. After leaving that world, the compass has a limit on the number of times it can be used, but its functions are not much different. In short, it is a very easy to use epic prop. When Yilin uses the compass. From the direction of the cafeteria, an embarrassed figure stumbled out, running wildly in a certain direction. In the gradually chaotic situation, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not that he passed by Yilin and Oda Mai not far away. It's Cao Tian Tian. Yilin didn't dare to be distracted, but she still noticed Cao Tianation's condition. Something seemed bad. I saw that half of Cao Tianation's body was chopped off from the shoulders apart, and blood flowed wildly. Her only remaining hand was holding a pen. She was seriously injured and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The three met in this strange situation. But Cao Tian glanced at Yilin and Oda Wu from a distance, and did not stop. He gritted his teeth and quickly ran in a certain direction, running faster under his feet. No, there is no time. Everything is in chaos now. They might be able to attract the attention of these bosses. I, Cao Tian, cannot die. I will definitely survive. The one who can survive to the end must be me, Cao Tian. Sweet. Cao Tian thought of the engagement ring sent by her boyfriend not long ago, and her pale face turned slightly red. Ah, what kind of wedding ceremony should we use? How many layers should be used in a wedding cake? The diamond in the wedding ring is too small. Can I change it to? The 1.8-meter bed seems not enough, ahem. As Cao Tian spoke, she accidentally coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her longing for returning came to mind one after another. Cao Tian just left. In Yulin's hand, the compass suddenly froze in a certain direction. Yulin raised her head and looked in the direction pointed by the pointer. Boom, 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 boom. In that direction, the ground was shaking. The gray on the ground is suddenly floating up, falling, floating up, falling, in a certain rhythm, in a cycle, as if there are countless little hands, happily lifting up these gray grays. Talk about lifting high. Yilin didn't know why, but she thought of that cute little girl, Xiao 11. It seemed that he had promised her that one day when they meet again, he would play with her. Yilin didn't know why she would think of such a trivial thing at this time. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook more and more frequently, getting closer and closer. It was like a human tank, running wildly on the ground, approaching this way. In the blink of an eye. A canteen ant with a sinister face, a butcher's knife in one hand, a heavy chopping board in the other, and a greasy yellow and white apron on her body appeared in the direction of the canteen. There seemed to be a few pieces of fresh minced meat stuck to the butcher's knife. What the hell? Yulin's expression condensed. Obviously, Cao Tianation's miserable appearance was due to the canteen ant's pig-killing knife skills. Behind the canteen ant, there was also a large group of canteen ants. This is the reason why Yilin couldn't help but shout hum. For example, if Styx Junior High School is a copy of the game where you fight monsters and upgrade, then the large number of students in the school, which can be called a sea of people, are the little monsters who can do magic. The heavy-mouthed secretary who was hacked to death by Yulin's new skills is equivalent to a more advanced super soldier. Queen Yanluo, the canteen ant, the bald doorman, the vice principal, etc. are equivalent to elite monsters guarding the gates. As for the ultimate boss, Yulin has no chance to meet him, nor does he want to meet him. After all, the mission that their apostles were put into this trial was not to completely conquer this trial, but to escape from this weird and difficult trial. So when Cao Tian brought a large group of elite monsters to the cafeteria, Yilin didn't know what to say other than saying F***ck. Behind Iron and Mai Ota, the heat was radiating, and the temperature rose to terrifying levels. The leather whip carried by Queen Yanluo burned red, like a soldering iron that had just been taken out of the furnace. The air around the little leather whip seemed to be twisted into a mirage-like posture, with strange colors and scenes faintly emerging. Under the feet of Queen Yanluo, there is a large area of pitch-black scorched earth. Behind her, the entire forest was burning with raging fire, and the trees were burned to charcoal in the fire. Queen Yanluo walked forward step by step, leaving a straight burning trail behind her, which seemed to prove that Queen Yanluo never bothered to take the winding water route. Take only straight dry roads. Queen Yanluo is here too. Both Yilin and Oda Mai's expressions changed slightly. In both directions. On one side were a group of canteen ladies who were as tall and powerful as Suzayasu and held butcher knives. On the other side is Queen Yanluo, who can burn the two of them to ashes. This can be said to be the most terrifying situation the two have faced since the beginning. In the woods burning with fire, the black shadow moves. Looking from afar, there were many people who were not afraid of the flames of Queen Yanluo, and they were eating the roasted corpses on the ground unscrupulously. There were also many shadows with strange figures, walking forward in the burning forest. Don't forget, in addition to Queen Yanluo's extremely high character, there are also many demons who are teachers in Styx Junior High School. This is a devil breeding factory. This is not a dangerous place that humans should set foot on. So this is the escape mission. Yilin and the others seem to have broken into the advanced dungeon as level 0 trumpets. You can only proceed step by step, be cautious, and look for the exit of the copy in the detection range of a group of monsters and monsters. Once discovered by the monster, it will only end up being raised to the sky and falling to the ground in a box. A group of monsters approached quickly. They all had ferocious smiles on their faces. It seems that Mai Ota massacred people on campus, causing all the students to accidentally eat cold food, triggering a series of drastic changes like a nuclear reaction. You transfer students are so lively and cute. This queen really can't help but want to train you well. But you guys deserve to die. Queen Yanluo's faint laughter came from the firelight in the sky. Yanluo, you actually killed the precious seedlings. You violated the rules. But what Yilin didn't expect was, the leader of the canteen ant is the one who claims that her hands will never shake when serving food. She is her. He actually held the kitchen knife from a distance and roared at Queen Yanluo. The sound was like a super loudspeaker with the volume adjusted to the max level. The rough voice made Yilin's eardrums buzz. That ant's strength should not be underestimated. This trial seems to be a bit over the top. Yilin glanced at Oda Mai silently. Oda Mai remembered that the direction behind her seemed to be the door. Without saying a word, she burst out as fast as possible and retreated towards the door. Now that the matter has come to this, Yilin does not hesitate and directly concentrates the mind needle to activate the body's potential. Partial activation locust feed. In an instant, after the needle entered her body, Yilin's legs tightened suddenly, as if they were equipped with small motors, and she charged up and jumped into the air. Run away. In mid-air, Yilin's thoughts were spinning. It seems that the relationship between the canteen ant, Queen Yanluo, and others in this factory is not so harmonious. She is accusing Queen Yanluo of burning other students to death. Maybe this is an opportunity. But that direction is blocked by a group of ants. There is no way. The structure of the school is too simple and there are not many obstacles. Even if there are, with Queen Yanluo's ability, she can forcefully carve out a straight path. On the ground, there was a lot of blood stains left. It's Caotianation's blood. Etc. Cao Tian went to the direction of the gate. To do what? Could it be that she got an access pass? This way. Go to the gate first. Yilin jumped up and down, and was walking very fast, half a body faster than Oda Mai. In this state, it seems that I can try the left foot stepping on the right foot to see if Wu can take off. When Oda Wu heard this, she understood instantly. She thought of Cao Tianation's hasty actions, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. The two followed the blood trail not far from the gate. And behind, a pillar of fire spiraled into the sky, emitting light as hot as the scorching sun, rising into the sky. Queen Yanluo and the ant group really started fighting. Queen Yanluo is terrifyingly powerful. Without using her trump card, Yilin had no idea of giving Queen Yanluo a shot. In this trial, the tower seemed to give them the status of demon, but it did not give them the same strength. While thinking about it, Cao Tianation's back appeared in the distance. Cao Tian felt the faint heat coming from behind her, and she didn't dare to stay even more. When approaching the gate, the doorman didn't show up. On the contrary, it was the dog. The dog's body trembled, its momentum exploded, its body was covered in gray, and its pair of faint green eyes exuded a terrifying cold light. This dog is definitely not simple. Among Oda Mai, Yilin, and Cao Tian, no one dares to underestimate anyone in Styx Junior High School. Even if it's just a dog. The doorman isn't here. In the past, the bald guard would always appear on time to block their way, but now, there was only one dog. Cao Tian was overjoyed. She had very little life left, but the exit was right in front of her. Cao Tian suddenly put away the pen and took an arm bone similar to that of a human from the storage space. There was even some flesh left on that arm, and the index finger was connected with tendons and was about to be broken, which looked very penetrating. That's a human arm bone. A meat bone left over from soup. Cao Tian actually found this? But vaguely, Yilin felt something was wrong. Why did so many changes happen just when he skipped a class? Is it really such a coincidence? Cao Tian found a meat bone for soup in the blink of an eye. What could that fleshy bone be used for? Yilin almost instantly thought of its use. Meat bones are used to pet dogs. Really? Cao Tian tried her best, held back her nausea, and threw the arm bone far away. Wang woohoo, wang 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 wang. Moment. The aggressive and murderous old dog turned into a stupid dog in an instant, sticking out its tongue, spreading its legs, chasing the parabola drawn by its arm bones in mid-air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Cao Tian looked back at Yilin and Oda Wu, her eyes seeming to say, "Your ability to escape depends entirely on my wit." But Cao Tian didn't dare to stay there for too long and threw the bone. Before the arm bone was eaten by the stupid dog, Cao Tian took out the pen with her backhand and slapped the locked door hard. Rusty lock head. Snapped. The lock is open. Violent lock picking. Yilin was slightly startled. He also didn't expect that the lock, which should obviously be matched with a key, turned out to be so easy that Cao Tian opened it with a pen. But for some reason, he always felt something was wrong. This all went too smoothly. How could it go so smoothly? Moreover, it is obviously in the vice principal's office. Oda Wu's eyes flashed, and when she saw that Cao Tian had pulled away the iron rope, she prepared to catch up quickly and leave from the gate. Unknowingly. During this chase, the sky had completely darkened. Outside the door and the wall, it was pitch black. On the way from Yilin and Oda Mai, the sky had quietly transitioned from day to night, skipping the step of dusk. When they were near Queen Yanluo just now, because the firelight emitted by Queen Yanluo was so dazzling, Yilin and others had the illusion that it was still daytime. In the sky behind him, the pillar of fire went out, and soon another terrifying pillar of fire rose into the sky, twisting like a dragon in the night sky. The strange thing is that the shady scene outside the school is just like what Yulin witnessed when she climbed over the wall that day. It was a piece of pure black, like an abyss. The rich black seemed to condense into substance and was within reach. The firelight emitted by Queen Yanluo in the distant sky did not cause any ripples in the darkness. Something's wrong. It all went too well. It's past. The corner of Yulin's mouth twitched slightly, although there was a slight possibility that he was overly worried. But with such a smooth development before her eyes, it was difficult for Yulin to convince herself that this was not a trap. Too obvious. Although he hadn't figured out some details yet, seeing Cao Tiantian open the door so smoothly, the process was like someone pressing fast forward while watching a movie, skipping the title and climax, and going directly to the bathing stage. It went smoothly. It's incredible. Yulin quickly grabbed Oda Wu and spoke from a distance to remind Cao Tiantian, "Wait, don't go out yet. I suspect this is a trap." Cao Tiantian didn't look back, she just covered the bleeding spot of her broken arm and sneered, "If you want to die, just continue to stay there. Bye." "It's up to you." Yulin's expression was calm. After Cao Tiantian finished speaking, she took a step toward the door. Just one step. But her figure was instantly swallowed up by darkness. Yulin's pupils shrank. It was obvious that Cao Tiantian had only taken one step away, but Yulin could no longer see Cao Tiantian at all. It was as if that step allowed Cao Tiantian to cross a world. A few seconds later. Apostle 1256, Death. Yulin. Oda Mai. Luruyan. A new month has begun. Please vote for me. I love you all. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 259. Cao Tiantian, is dead. She originally thought that the real way to survive was behind the door, and she was looking forward to a bright future after escaping. But he didn't expect that the moment he stepped out of the door, he would be swallowed up by darkness and fall to the ground into a box. Of course, Yulin couldn't lick Cao Tiantian's bag, so there was no point in discussing whether it was a box or not. But her death confirmed Yulin's speculation. The so-called escaping from Styx Junior High School does not mean escaping from this strange school or jumping out of the wall. But, completely escape this world. This is the only way to survive. Yulin felt a slight chill in her heart. The darkness outside the wall seemed like there was a ferocious beast lurking inside. No matter who stepped into it, they would be chewed to pieces. For the Apostle, the most frightening thing is not the unique shape or the strange monster, but the unknown. Unknown dangers can bring the deepest fear to people. Yulin and Oda Wu witnessed Cao Tiantian's death with their own eyes, and they were both silent. Boom. Suddenly. From the darkness, a pan that looked nothing special was spit out and landed not far from Yulin and Oda Mai. Yulin. Oda Mai. Oda Mai was not interested at all. It's not a knife. However, Yulin had already noticed the strange weapon that Cao Tiantian had in his hand not long ago. Seeing that the pan was inexplicably spit out by the darkness, Yulin quickly stepped forward and picked up the pan. Mediocre pan. Grade none. Instructions. Click to view details. This? An ordinary series. It turns out to be an ordinary pen. Yulin suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Cao Tiantian was able to escape from the attack of a group of cafeteria ladies at the cost of only one arm. It turned out that it was because of this rule-based prop. Only. Yulin picked up a regular prop, and it couldn't be less fragrant. But the strange thing is that Cao Tiantian died in the dark, so why was this pan thrown out? Yulin turned the pan over and saw that someone had written a number scrawled in blood on the side used for frying eggs. -2. Or B. Or is it N? Anyway, there is such a strange symbol painted in blood on the side of the amulet. The blood has not yet dried. Yulin had no expression on her face and stared at the bloody words for a few seconds, then immediately turned the pen into a card and put it in the storage space. Cao Tiantian couldn't hold it back. She clearly had this kind of rule-based prop, but in that advanced theory class, she resisted the urge to hit Queen Yanluo with a pot, and she was knocked off her head by Queen Yanluo. Such forbearance is by no means unusual. It's a pity, he died here in the end. Yulin clearly reminded her with good intentions. If the gate is a dead end, in other words, even having an entry permit is of no use. Oda Mai glanced at Yulin. After Yulin put away the pen, she turned around decisively. Oda Mai quickly followed. Who to kill? Don't cut it yet, go find someone, no, a monster. When she heard that she was looking for monsters, Oda Mai's eyes lit up slightly again. After Cao Tianation's tragic death, the effect of Yulin's partial activation locust foot has disappeared. The Dionysian factor quietly activates to repair the damaged muscles and ligaments of Yulin's lower limbs. This repair ability is like the spring breeze and drizzle, moisturizing things silently. But along with it came waves of fatigue, which made Yulin feel a lot weaker. Sure enough, due to physical limitations, every time the Dionysian factor is activated, physical energy will be lost. Physical energy cannot be quantified, but it is closely related to the ability to move. Once the physical energy is exhausted and collapsed, even if the health value is full, you are just at the mercy of others. Furthermore, if too much physical energy is consumed in activation and the remaining physical energy is not enough to support repair, it will undoubtedly be more dangerous once injured. Does this count as the need to always weigh the benefits of attack and recovery? Alas, it seems that we need to develop some simple and brainless abilities as soon as possible. Yulin silently rubbed her thighs, and the soreness gradually eased. After the two left, no one saw it. Behind the open door, in the virtual darkness, a pink rabbit mask suddenly appeared. Rabbit. After escaping from the attack by Queen Yanluo and the cafeteria ant, a group of elite mini-bosses did not come after her. Yulin was slightly surprised. When we got close to the place we just visited, we found that there was a terrible heat wave coming from that place. The center of the heat wave was like a huge burning torch in the dark night, and the surrounding air was distorted into various weird shapes due to the huge temperature difference. In the center of the heat wave, there is a group of cafeteria ladies who are several meters tall, with ferocious faces, and whose white aprons only cover their lower bodies. After they were demonized, they carried a bunch of butcher knives and slashed toward the center of the flames crazily, regardless of the skin on their bodies. They were burned into a piece of oozing grease in the flames, crackling like a barbecue. The sound kept ringing in the flames. It actually ended like this. Yulin was a little surprised. It seemed that Queen Yanluo burned a large number of students to death in a rage, which aroused the anger of the cafeteria ant, leading to the current situation. Could it be that the school rules are not only for students, but also have some degree of binding force on the Queen Yanluo? Could it be that the cafeteria lady also serves as a disciplinary committee member? Now that things have happened, although Yulin is confused about the rank structure of the Styx Junior High School, now is not the time to find out. He quickly asked Oda Mai to keep a low profile, and at the same time activated Shadow Follower, quietly slipping past the edge of the heat wave. Although they were on the edge of a heat wave, the terrifying high temperature made Yulin and Mai Oda feel as if they were in an oven, with sticky sweat dripping down their foreheads and backs. This feeling gave Yulin the illusion of being steamed in a spa. Perhaps staying longer would benefit her skin. A group of bosses are fighting among themselves. Now squeezing into troubled waters to fish is no different from seeking death. After bypassing it, Yulin felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped slightly. Yuren uses the compass to confirm the direction of her heart's desire. In the night, an ancient bell tower loomed, and from time to time a brilliant fire burst out from the direction of Queen Yanluo, which reflected on the peeling paint on the surface of the bell tower. From a distance, the shadow on the bell tower looked like it is telling of vicissitudes of history. Bell tower. Bell ringer. Yilin frowned, thinking of something. And right now? Oda Mai suddenly smiled slightly, clicked, and held the scabbard tightly. In front of the two of them, a group of students with good figures but weird smiles walked out of the darkness one after another. Their school uniforms were covered with mottled bloodstains. Yilin's eyes twitched slightly. He even saw a somewhat familiar student holding a curled palm. She was happily tearing off a long strip of flesh from the palm with her teeth, chewing it, crisp. If you don't look at the shape of the palm, it looks like eating a pig's knuckle. Yilin. Oda Mai. Although Oda Mai put on a posture, in this situation, she still looked at Yurin silently, as if waiting for Yurin to make a decision. During the trial, due to the promotion of Oda Mai and others, the plot inexplicably moved forward a lot. The entire school's appearance has completely changed beyond recognition. He. I think he's from Class 2, Grade 3. Is it the elite Class 2 of Grade 3? Why? Why are we defective products? It's all because they ate so well. Otherwise, we should be the elites of Class 2 in 3 years. From the mouths of the large group of students in front of them, all kinds of complaints came out like random thoughts. Before eating raw food, the negative emotions in their hearts were almost suppressed to the lowest level and would not surface easily. But once they eat raw food and taste the fragrance of flesh and blood, all the ferocity hidden in their bodies now completely explodes. Seeing this, Yilin suddenly had a clear idea of the finished product that this demon cultivation factory really wanted to cultivate. Someone wants to cultivate demons with humanity through this method. A demon with the same intelligence, emotions, reason, and powerful learning ability as humans. By the way, those eggs, well, the beings behind those eggs should have the ability to continuously produce demons, but it is difficult for them to cultivate demons with humanity. Ordinary demons are just like little monsters, like bloodthirsty beasts. This teaching concept is very advanced and high-end. Yilin sighed secretly. Unexpectedly, in this other world, in this place where the devil was born, I would see such advanced teaching concepts, which is breathtaking. But this is not a good time to sigh. I'll summarize it slowly when I get back. Yilin smiled slightly and silently set a flag. Oda Mai is already ready to make a move. On the opposite side, green light gradually lit up in the darkness, like a large field of fireflies mating in the midsummer grass, and like a green ocean, full of vitality. Ah, so green. For some reason, this night, this green land, and all the monsters in front of them reminded both Yilin and Oda Mai of the scene where they were also facing a group of evil ghosts in the Aniwo mountain, and they were fighting among the evil ghosts. The difference was that the red light that filled the sky turned into green light. The same thing is, all light spots can be chopped to your heart's content. The next second, Yilin's figure disappeared into the darkness. Like a shadow. Kill. Good. Oda Mai draws her sword. As soon as Yilin finished speaking, her body and sword merged into one. The sword was faster than the human, and the human followed closely behind the light of the sword, tearing a huge gap in the group of students. The one who was happily chewing on the chicken feet suddenly opened her mouth wide, and squeezed out a long strip of meat from her mouth. At the end of the strip of meat, there was a crawling bloody mouth, which was very scary. Laugh. A blood-red knife emerged silently from behind, accurately following the heart and piercing through. Get chaos value at 246. With one successful blow, Yilin couldn't help but lick her dry lips. Although scoring points is not the goal. But by the way, it doesn't hurt. In the pile of monsters. In order to save spiritual energy and physical strength, Yilin did not activate any skills that were too consuming. At this moment, he was like a shadow lurking behind a monster, quietly stabbing out knives from behind, harvesting chaos points one by one. Although this method of solo killing is far less efficient than Otamai. She was like a bulldozer, a large piece of it fell down with every push. But how can I put it, safety and security are better than anything else. When they killed Lisa on the rooftop, Otamai and Yilin both gained experience. Knowing that these immature demons will have tentacles coming out of every hole in their bodies, and each tentacle will have a mouth. They are like monsters transformed by appetite. In addition to eating, everything is fighting for appetite. The last thing you should do is eat raw food. Yilin stabbed out the knife and sighed silently. There is no right or wrong in fighting in this world. Yilin didn't have any psychological burden. Otamai, even less. Otamai has scars of various sizes on her body, but for her who is sensitive to both sides of her body, these injuries are not harmful. It would be better to say that the pain from time to time stimulated Otamai's bloody nature, and she became more brutal when she cut, and the sword was bloody. Otamai's presence was too strong, and all the demon's attention was drawn to Otamai. Under such circumstances, Yilin could just as easily be a transparent person that no one noticed, stabbing her in the back secretly. It's just that when he sees the demons who died under Ota's sword, he can't help but feel a little regretful, and it's a pity for those chaos points. Nowadays, Yilin's Apocalypse Night module needs to consume a lot of chaos points if it wants to continue to upgrade. It's like a bottomless pit that can't be filled. In the real world, under normal circumstances, it is difficult for Yilin to obtain a large amount of chaos points in a short period of time to improve his strength. Only in this kind of trial with many mobs can one harvest a large wave and get a large amount of chaos value. It's a pity, if it wasn't an escape trial. Although Otamai didn't think much about it, the endless monsters and demonized students seemed to be endless to kill. Every time a piece fell, more students poured out from everywhere in the darkness. After eating the corpses on the ground, they became ferocious and started fighting everywhere. The scene became increasingly chaotic. It's late at night. Students seem to have forgotten the so-called school rules long ago. In the chaos, Yilin discovered that many monsters wearing teacher uniforms seemed to have joined the team, frantically eating the corpses of their companions. No wonder this factory wants to cultivate humanized demons. Once these demons lose their minds, their posture is too ugly and difficult to control. Yilin also discovered that the more advanced the demon, the higher the intelligence it seemed. Just like Queen Yanluo, except for a few quirks, she seemed not to be much different from humans. If the demons hadn't ignored Yilin and Otamai while looting the corpses on the ground, maybe Yilin and Otamai wouldn't have been able to persist until now. In the secret, Yilin secretly selected a few demons that seemed to have very high attribute values, and directly activated the bloodthirsty disaster, condensing red light in his hand, and dug into the demon's heart. Before the demons died, their lives turned into layers of blood and were stored in Yilin's body. In the last Caribbean world, the quality of the blood stored in Yilin was not very high, so now she can take advantage of the opportunity and replace it? Certainly. This does not mean that Yilin has any intention of launching a bloodthirsty disaster. After all, Yilin didn't plan to use the skill until the last moment. Once bloodthirsty disaster is used, Yilin will have no way out if he cannot return safely. This is the final trump card. None of them. But it can replace the bloody spirit of better quality. Once it breaks out, Yilin can also get a more terrifying improvement. For example, if the 5 layers of blood energy stored by Yilin were superimposed, it would be equivalent to 1 Xiao Yang's power. Then the blood he has stored now is equivalent to 1.7 Henry Zhang's power. Once he uses his skills, he can stack Yilin's attribute values to a terrifying level. After accumulating 5 layers of blood, the trump cards were ready, and Yilin had more confidence. What's more, Yilin's spiritual attributes are not restricted by the lock because of his second life. Fortunately, the magic these demons learned was not too scary. From time to time, a small fireball would appear from the bayou, or a thorny vine would suddenly roll up from the ground, or the ground would suddenly collapse, forming a muddy pit, and so on. All kinds of magic have brought a lot of trouble to Oda Mai. But my Oda is like a human bulldozer, breaking through 10 chapters with one stroke, cutting off all the bells and whistles without hesitation. These little magic tricks are really not creative at all. No wonder the little slap technique that Yulin randomly pulled out in class made Queen Yanluo's eyes light up. Oda dance is awesome. Yulin took the opportunity to give a like to her model worker teammates. Although the main culprit of the current chaotic situation is largely the fault of my Oda. But this chaotic situation may not be a good choice for Yulin. The chaos points are rolling in, and Yulin has no time to count them all at the moment, but he will probably sort them out after returning, and there will be another surprise that is enough for Yulin to celebrate with an extra meal. Don't worry about cutting, go to the bell tower. Yulin quickly calculated the consumption of spiritual energy in her mind, and flashed beside Oda Mai like a shadow as a reminder. Oda Mai nodded silently to express receipt, strode out, and waved a terrifying sword light. Under Oda Mai's knife, the head, limbs, tentacles, bloody mouth, the flesh and blood took off. Yulin followed Oda Mai and took away the demons that Oda Mai had not completely killed. Well, it was a shameful waste. Oda Mai didn't know that Yulin could also harvest chaos points while killing monsters. In her opinion, the purpose of her swing of the knife was just to cut down the monster blocking the way in front of her, and she did not deliberately aim at the heart. This actually allowed Yulin to pick up a lot of heads. Soon. Unknowingly, Yulin and Oda Mai, one in the light and the other in the dark, fought their way through the group of demons through a bloody path of corpses. On the bloody road, there were twisted limbs, severed remains, and even weird tentacles crawling on the ground. Kill, kill, kill. The two finally arrived in front of the bell tower. Next to the bell tower, there is a small room. The style is similar to other buildings in Styx Junior High School. There are no windows on the four walls, but it looks much cleaner. The paint on the walls seems to have been freshly painted, giving off a freshly renovated smell. The door of the hut was ajar. And right now, Yulin and Oda Mai's eyes narrowed slightly, and a figure wearing a student's short skirt silently walked out of the small room next to the bell tower. Click. The long sword at my Oda's waist suddenly popped out half an inch and was about to be unsheathed. Yulin narrowed her eyes. No, it's me. It was Lu Ruyan who walked out of the hut. How did she get here? Lu Ruyan's calm and pretty face was slightly white, and her clothes were a little messy. Yulin could roughly surmise that she had gone through a lot of hardships to get here. When Oda Mai saw the person coming into the room clearly, she hesitated for a moment, but she still pressed back the long sword that was about to be unsheathed, restraining her murderous intent. Yulin remained calm and asked, "Why are you here?" You didn't receive the multiple choice question. When Lu Ruyan heard this, her expression flashed with surprise, but she quickly shook her head. Now is not the time to talk about this matter. You should know that Cao Tian Tian is dead. Yulin looked calm, nodded, and said, I know, I just deleted her as a friend. Lu Ruyan. Oda Mai. So? What does Cao Tianation's death have to do with your coming here? Lu Ruyan's expression was solemn. Not only Cao Tian Tian, the people in the house, are also dead. Yulin was startled. The next second, after listening to Lu Ruyan's words, Yulin quickened her pace and passed Lu Ruyan and entered the small room next to the bell tower. The furnishings in the house are very simple, just a table, a chair, and a coffee table. On the table, I even brewed a cup of green tea, the kind with inferior tea bags. There was a faint aroma of tea wafting out of the teacup, and it was still warm. There was a candle burning in a corner of the room, bringing a faint light to the cabin. With the dim light, Yulin quickly scanned the room. There was only a conspicuous pool of blood in front of the coffee table. The blood was not dry yet, exuding a unique fishy smell. There were even a few irregular-shaped pieces of meat left in the blood. No doubt. Not long ago there was a bell ringer enjoying tea here. The cup is not cold, the tea is not drunk, but the person is cold. The bell ringer is dead. How so? After being surprised, Yilin frowned and took out the compass from the storage space. The pointer of the compass was still fixed in a certain direction dutifully. The end of the direction, right in front of her eyes, was the pool of remaining flesh and blood in front of Yilin. Yilin didn't believe it. He walked quickly around the pool of blood a few times. The compass pointer remained the same, following Yilin's movements. It kept pointing at the pool of flesh and blood on the ground, never changing its mind. Died. 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 The vice principal is dead. Others may not know that the person who died in this room was not an ordinary bell ringer, or perhaps a bell ringer out of interest. In fact, his true identity is the vice principal who has been on everyone's lips since the beginning of the trial. In Yilin's hand, she also held a diary in which the vice principal recorded 18 postures with Secretary Rita. Yilin originally planned to use this diary to threaten the vice principal. Because the diary does not use that kind of weird text, according to Ta's translation, the vice principal seems to have confessed in the diary that he hooked up with Secretary Rita even though he had a wife outside the school. Moreover, according to the description in the diary of the vice principal Monty the superior fraudster, his tough wife could easily tear the vice principal and secretary into a large bowl of shredded pork salad with her bare hands. After Yilin used the compass to locate the location, she learned that the bell ringer was actually the vice principal of Styx Junior High School. He died. It's impossible to fake death. Even if the few corpse pieces left on the ground can be faked, Kangxin's compass will never be faked. Yilin came out of the clock tower hut with an expressionless face. At this time, many low-level demons discovered the traces of Yilin and others, and rushed towards them with saliva dripping from their mouths. When Yilin came out, Oda Mai was in the dark, like a machine, waving the knife tirelessly. Who killed the vice principal? Yilin always felt that there were too many things that were wrong. It seemed that they were all involved in a whirlpool without knowing it. Suddenly, Yilin looked at Lu Ruyan, who was silent at the side. Lu Ruyan raised his head, with a complicated expression in his eyes, but soon fell silent. She shook her head. It's not me. What's the point of killing the bell ringer? Haven't you been asking me how I found this place? Haha, it was a choice. It was a choice that brought me here. Another choice? Yilin remained silent. Instead, Lu Ruyan took a few steps closer to Yilin. Fortunately, she spread her hands, as if to indicate that she had no weapons in her hands. But I have a question for you. Lu Ruyan smiled slightly and said loudly, why do you know where the way out is, but you keep hiding it from us? Including, Xiao Wu. And the other side. Oda Wu was happily killing monsters, but the pouring sword light suddenly stopped, and her cold eyes looked at Yilin. Yilin. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Shueshi. Chapter 260. When Lu Ruyan said these words, Yilin raised his eyebrows slightly. The atmosphere suddenly solidified. Even Oda Mai looked towards Yilin. Means unknown. There seemed to be something called murderous intent brewing in those little eyes. The relationship between the apostles is complicated. Even if Yiren and Oda Mai had fought side by side in Gawu Mountain and Huading City, it was not impossible for them to suddenly turn against each other and recognize only the sword as long as the apostles' principles were involved. In fact, in an instant, Oda Mai went through such a reasoning process in her heart. Because Yulin hid the way out. It may lead to your own death. If you die, you can't kill others. So Oda Mai quickly came to the conclusion that Yulin made her unable to continue killing people. So, Yuren is an enemy. Simple brain circuits, at this time, have clear logic and actions. Oda Mai's body flipped in mid-air, and she took out another knife with her backhand. After quickly killing all the monsters around her with her two-knife style, she reunited with Yulin and Luruyan and came to see them with two swords. Ah! Yulin's expression was calm. I do know the way out, so what? Luruyan bit her lower lip. I think we. Yulin smiled. You don't mean to say that as long as I tell you where to live, you can do whatever you want, right? Luruyan was suddenly startled. Huh? This script is wrong. This is obviously a line she said when she was shy and wet, right? You, meow, suddenly made your words clear, making it difficult for me to continue. Okay. Can you still play your cards according to the routine? Can he still look like a man? Can't you talk properly? Can't we chat privately? There are still outsiders here. Seeing Luruyan's expression, Yulin roughly guessed Luruyan's experience. It seems you went to the vice principal's office. Luruyan was silent for a moment, hesitated for a while, and finally nodded without hiding anything. Kaka. Oda Mai crossed her hands, each holding the handles of two swords. She seemed to be hesitating about which sword move to use or what move name to call out, which would be more intimidating. Yulin glanced at Oda Mai. You don't believe me? Oda Mai's eyelids drooped. Although he didn't say anything. But she did not lower her hands from the double knives at her waist. The meaning is unclear. Think about it. Oda Mai was afraid that Yulin wouldn't understand, so she made her meaning clear. You are too insidious. Yulin couldn't laugh or cry. What the hell? Luruyan. Call. Yulin thought of her experience in the vice principal's office and took a long breath. I didn't tell you for a reason. I have indeed found a way out. I believe Luruyan also knows part of it. That way out is under the bed in the back room of the vice principal's office. Only. Luruyan interrupted Yulin softly. Is that why you took away the key props? Her eyes flashed, and a quiet and gentle smile appeared on her face. If you didn't know who Luruyan was, this smile was indeed refreshing and refreshing. Yulin's pupils dilated and then closed, then she fell silent. It seems that Luruyan has dug out most of the truth in her own way. Until now, Yulin has not concealed anything. That way out can only be opened once. This is the most cheating part. If I say that I stayed here just to wait for you to leave together, I guess you won't believe it. Of course, I don't believe it either, but unfortunately, for that way of life, I still lack one thing. Luruyan covered her mouth and smiled. Is this the reason why you took away the key props? To hold the chips in your own hands. Yulin laughed and didn't explain, just said, that is a key. Luruyan quickly said his bargaining chip. I learned part of the devil's language. Yulin's eyes narrowed. Luruyan lowered her head and added, it was, taught by Yan Luo. Yulin thought thoughtfully, branch line. Luruyan blushed and did not deny it, that's right. Yulin breathed a sigh of relief, then, we have all the keys. Although it may not be possible, after the death of the vice principal, this is the only hope. In order to escape from that path of survival, the key and the devil's language are both indispensable. This is also the reason why Yulin cannot escape from the secret room. Listening to what the two said, Oda Mai seemed to understand something. She took her hands off the hilt of the knife at her waist. Then he said, I can chop. Well, this is her bargaining chip. The only 3 people left in this trial finally cooperated because of their interests. Luruyan smiled, you have to hide the key and don't let anyone steal it. Yulin ignored Luruyan's words. He closed his eyes and reproduced the floor plan of Styx Junior High School in his mind as quickly as possible. At this point in the trial, the difficulty has suddenly increased due to the rampage of monsters such as Queen Yanluo. But they have not yet reached the point of complete despair, and none of the three have given up the idea of escape. As long as you are alive, anything is possible. As long as the monster has a health bar, there is a way to kill it. As long as it is a task, there must be a way to conquer it. Yulin believes that there is no such thing as an unsolvable task. Now there are two questions. First, if you want to reach the road to life, Lu Ruyan and I are the necessary conditions. Oda Mai, don't look at me like that. I'm just stating the facts, not saying you kill people. Useless. The key and the devil's language are two necessary conditions. To complete the task, Lu Ruyan and I must arrive at the secret room at the same time. The second thing is that the place we are currently at is here, the clock tower. Yulin squatted down, took out the Xiaoshizhen brand universal ancient knife, and drew a simple route map on the ground. Unfortunately, the bell tower where we are currently located and the office building where the exit is located happen to be on the diagonal from Styx Junior High School. Theoretically, if you want to get there from here, Yuren connected the 2 points with a straight line. Lu Ruyan's expression slightly condensed. Everyone knows the truth. A straight line is the shortest between 2 points. This is the shortest route, but this is a playground. Yulin shrugged helplessly. This is the biggest problem. Looking in that direction, Queen Yanluo and the ants seem to be still fighting there. This route passes, but the monster's arena is the most dangerous. But Yan Queen Luo's attack range is really too large, and if you want to completely avoid it, you have to make a big detour. While talking, Yulin drew 2 more lines. One is to take a long way past the gate, and the other is to go around to the back of the teaching building. Both lines are quite long, compared to straight lines. It's impossible to estimate how many mobs or other mini-bosses we will face along the way. Another advantage of the shortest line is that, we know who the opponent is, and they are still fighting among themselves. Of course, it's possible to shake hands and make peace at any time, no one can say for sure. Yulin spoke very fast. Hurry up. There are 3 routes, 2 of unknown difficulty and 1 of nightmare level difficulty. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them decided to bypass the playground where Queen Yanluo was present and go around the back of the teaching building. You don't need to think about it to know that behind the teaching building, there must be monsters and strange mountains and seas. After all, it is the closest to the teaching building with many students. But killing mobs is exactly what Yulin wants. After all, his skills require a lot of chaos points to upgrade. Yulin silently looked at Lu Ruyan's back. The second key to a way out, Devil's Language, turned out to be an ability similar to a skill. This woman actually had a good bargaining chip. Take advantage of the night. The 3 of them followed the pre-arranged route and quickly set off towards their destination, the office building. Yulin's motorcycle can't seat so many people. If they insist on sitting, they won't be able to exert their fighting power. It would be faster to walk. If Oda Mai was left behind, maybe when Oda Mai noticed Yulin's move, she would directly draw out her 2 swords and slash at her without any hesitation. After setting off from the bell tower, Oda Mai's eyes drifted over the 2 of them from time to time. She must have guessed that if one of the 3 could be abandoned, she, who did not hold the key, would be the most likely to be abandoned. The one who was abandoned. Therefore, Oda Mai's hands were always held on her waist, never leaving them, and she maintained the qualification to draw the sword at any time. Whether it's killing monsters, or asking teammates to sacrifice to the sky, she can draw the sword immediately. Coming. In the darkness, Yulin squinted her eyes and smiled slightly. A dull flash of red appeared silently in Yulin's palm. Click. Oda Mai flicked her thumb, and only one knife bounced up half an inch. Behind the teaching building, countless monsters were eating corpses on the ground. More monsters continued to pour out of the teaching building, roaring with unknown meaning from their mouths, and joined the eating process. There were even many students who were still wearing human skin and had a frightening green light in their eyes. After accidentally biting an elbow, they showed more desire and suddenly bit the companion next to them. Eat, eat, eat. Appetite, at this moment, seems to have become the original sin of the monsters. No wonder the narrator once reminded that food is very important to us. It should be very important to them. If they are not given enough feed, they will eat each other without hesitation. Soon, as the three people approached, the demons discovered the existence of Yilin and others. This time, unlike Marisa on the rooftop, there was no choice or reason. From every hole in their bodies, ugly and ferocious tentacles with bloody mouths squeezed out. Every monster is like the embodiment of hunger and appetite. They have countless mouths growing on their bodies. They seem to want to swallow everything they come into contact with into each mouth, completely turning it into their own nourishment, and then from there, the anus turns into feces and is discharged. Oda Mai's eyes were cold and murderous. Under her movements, her long hair was almost pulled into a straight line. Looking from a distance, it is impossible to see Oda Mai's figure clearly among the monsters. Only the glint of the sword passing by from time to time, and the residual limbs and blood rising immediately after the glint of the sword, can distinguish Oda in the darkness. Dance position. Before taking action, Oda Mai's goal was very clear. At this moment, she transformed into a human bulldozer again. Without any pause, she bypassed the playground and headed straight towards the office building. Kill, kill, kill. In front of me, there is green light, like a green ocean. Ah, so green. The little bit of green light in Oda Mai's eyes was very dazzling. Just put out all these green lights. A flash of blood gradually appeared in Oda Mai's eyes. Unknowingly, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and the other knife was unsheathed. The bulldozer instantly turned into a meat grinder. Wherever Oda Mai passed, flesh and blood flew everywhere. She seemed not to be tired, and the connection between moves was almost without pause. Under Mai Oda's full firepower, a terrifying trail of blood was left behind her. Infinity Throne. Author, by Yi Xueshi. Chapter 261. Yilin was naturally not idle. In his eyes, the bright green light in front of him meant more than just being a monster. Every monster is precious chaos value to Yilin. With the chaos value, Yilin can upgrade the module skills and add more skills to the module. If I have a choice, I actually want to be a good person. The attention of the demons was almost entirely attracted by Oda Mai. Yilin shuttled through the gaps between the demons. Blood Jasmine was like the god of death lurking in the darkness, harvesting fresh lives. Yilin's way of killing monsters is completely different from Oda Mai's. If Mai Oda is the light that attracts the attention of all monsters, then Yilin is the shadow. Only the fallen corpse on the ground can prove that Yilin has been here before. Although these demons were huge in number and almost formed a weird wall, fortunately, after eating their stomachs one after another, these demon armies could no longer maintain their original sanity. The targets of the demons were not only the three of Yilin, but also the three of them. They don't even spare their own companions. What are these males and females doing lying next to each other? Yilin was passing by and happened to encounter two demons with a somewhat unique posture. After taking them away and harvesting the chaos value, she couldn't help but take a second look and was speechless. This can no longer be described as losing one's mind, it is completely abnormal, right? This circle is really messy. Yilin had no time to complain. The floor plan of Styx Junior High School in his memory was clear enough to guide Yilin's route. In the direction of the playground, there were still frightening bursts of fire rising into the sky from time to time in the night sky, and there were also waves of terrifying roars. It seems that the cafeteria ants team is not weak, otherwise it would not be possible to maintain a stalemate with Queen Yanluo until now. Now it seems that the route avoiding the playground is really a clear choice. But Yulin didn't dare to be careless. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether there was anyone more terrifying than Queen Yanluo in Styx Junior High School. The finger stretched out from behind the mirror made Yulin's vigilance to this trial increase to the maximum. Even though there was a lot of chaos value around him waiting for him to harvest, Yulin still resisted the temptation and concentrated on let's talk about conquering the main plot and escaping from this world. During the trial, the apostle must distinguish the priorities, know the choices, and cannot be blindly deceived by the immediate interests, so that he can live longer. Of course, this does not mean that you cannot take risks in trials. The balance between risks and benefits is all the apostle's choice. Choose. Yulin pierced the heart of a demon with a knife, then twisted it and crushed the heart into pieces. After the chaos value prompt that appeared in front of his eyes made Yulin completely sure that the monster was dead, he suddenly remembered something, and his movements slowed down for a moment, and he couldn't help but chew carefully. In fact, Yulin had already noticed that the narrator seemed to have disappeared inexplicably after he entered the vice principal's office and destroyed the mirror. Even the ubiquitous multiple-choice questions quietly failed. I noticed it, but why? Yulin lowered his head and thought, like a shadow, inseparable from the Otamai meat grinder. Otamai's melee strength is certainly terrifying, but this is not the way to go. Yulin's ability direction is very technical. On the premise of saving spiritual energy as much as possible, it is not suitable for dealing with such a scene of charging among monsters. Fortunately, Otamai didn't care about this detail, and she didn't know that every head she missed would silently turn into Yulin's chaos value. The demons have long since lost their minds and are devouring everything around them without hesitation. There were even many demons who started doing exercises to promote digestion after meals on the spot. Such a scene is twisted, weird, unusual, and indescribable. It makes people feel like they are in the legendary hell, struggling to survive. During this process, Otamai's body had long been left with scars of various sizes, and her clothes were ragged and stained with blood. Among these blood stains, there was Otamai's own blood, but more of it was the blood of demons, making Otamai look like a bloody man who had just been soaked in a blood pool. In the dark night, the road is very confusing. If Yulin hadn't followed Otamai's blood trail like a shadow, she would have been scattered by the monsters. At this time, Yulin did not dare to enter the mental space at will to check the modules and upgrade skills. Yulin noticed that Lu Ruyan, who was following him and Oda Wu not long ago, was submerged in the sea of monsters at some point and disappeared. Is she dead? Yulin avoided the sharp teeth that swept past her and opened the communication panel to confirm. Lu Ruyan's name is still online, in other words, she is not dead yet. If the plot hadn't intensified, and if one of the key characters, the vice principal, hadn't died inexplicably and tragically, Yulin would have thought of finding a way to explore the Devil's Language line on her own. That's why Yulin used precious compass numbers to locate the position of vice principal in Styx Junior High School. After the death of the vice principal, the situation became slightly passive for Yulin. In order to escape from the only way out, the key on his body and the devil language mastered by Lu Ruyan are indispensable, otherwise Yulin would have returned to the real world by now. At this time, Yulin noticed the death mark on his chest trembling slightly. You have new news, please check it in time. Suddenly, Yulin had a bad feeling. In this trial world, there are only 3 people left. Yulin, Oda Mai, Lu Ruyan. But Mai Oda was busy killing monsters and had no time to chat privately. Besides, she obviously doesn't seem to be the type of person who would take the initiative to talk to Yulin for intimate whispers. Then excluding the possibility of supernatural events, there is only one possibility left. Yulin had no expression on her face and quickly opened the communication panel. Lu Ruyan, he, classmate Rin, are you looking for me? Yulin, not really. Lu Ruyan, huh, do you really think you have everything under control? Do you think you can deceive that little girl who only thinks about knives, and you can deceive me? Yulin? Lu Ruyan, stop pretending to be stupid. I already know that that exit can only allow one of us to leave. Yulin. Lu Ruyan, it's a pity that you met me, Lu Ruyan. How do you think I survived so many trials? I've seen a lot of men like you. Yulin. Lu Ruyan, you must be curious now why I said so much. Haha, you will know soon, farewell Rin-san. The one who can walk out of this hellish place is me. Yulin. Yulin was completely silent. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. From the beginning, Yulin was wary of this woman. Even when the three of them were making an escape plan in front of the clock tower, Yulin never relaxed his vigilance towards her. If Yulin had a choice, he would never cooperate with Lu Ruyan. Compared with Otamai, Lu Ruyan is obviously much more scheming. If they cooperate, it will be too tiring to scheming and scheming. And just after Lu Ruyan ended the call, the uneasiness in Yulin's heart was maximized. Could it be bad? Yulin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly looked for Otamai among the monsters. In the short 10 seconds that Yulin was talking to Lu Ruyan, Otamai crushed them all the way very fiercely, with blood all over her body, and pushed her deep into the monster group, more than 10 meters away from Yulin. Yulin was already following her around. When Mai Ota was concentrating on killing monsters, she didn't even notice that Yulin had been lurking in the dark to harvest heads. Too far. But just when Yulin was about to take out the key and throw it into Otamai's hand, there was a prompt in front of me. Not a narration, but a reminder from the tower. Phantom Thief's notice meets the conditions and is successfully activated. Warn. 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 The props locked in the notice letter are about to be stolen, so please take anti-theft measures. Congratulations. Stolen successfully. It was as if there was an invisible hand that silently penetrated into the depths of Yulin and entered Yulin's storage space. In an instant, a flexible white glove appeared in front of Yulin out of thin air and sank into Yulin's chest without any warning. After the white glove mysteriously disappeared into Yulin's chest, it passed through Yulin's back in the blink of an eye, as if it had no entity or an illusion. But Yulin knew very well that this was not an illusion. Yulin turned around. The white gloves made a very okay gesture, and the thumb and index finger gently pinched a card. This is a rule-based prop. The white gloves floating in the void playfully waved to Yulin, carrying the card with them, and disappeared into the void without a trace. This woman actually reserved such a hand. Yulin was speechless. He was not speechless to Lu Ruyan, but was speechless to the prompt given by the tower when the card was stolen. Congratulations to your sister. Thank you very much. Tower. Otamai was chopping the monster happily, her sword was bleeding and her tentacles were flying. She could even tell that some demons had an emotion called fear on their faces. This made Otamai feel a little puzzled. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. You eat yours, I'll chop mine. Do not affect each other. Thinking of this, Otamai got even more excited. At this time, an indifferent but calm voice suddenly came from Otamai's ear. The keys were stolen. Otamai. Yulin repeated, the key was stolen by Lu Ruyan. Otamai chopped down a demon that was charging at the side with a knife, and after being stabbed by Yulin casually, Otamai looked at Yulin. Although she said nothing, her knuckles were slightly white, and her hands holding the knife were a little harder, as if she was hesitating who to hit with the next two swords. Otamai's eyes became colder and colder, but the air around him seemed to suddenly solidify, filled with cold murderous intent. With lightning speed, Yulin thrust a delicate small object into Otamai's hand. You need to brew up your emotions first. If you kill that woman, We can go back. Press harder. The more intense your emotions, the better. Oda Mai looked down and realized that what Yilin had thrust into her hand was a compass. Luruyan, Luruyan, I have never underestimated you. You are capable of using special props to steal things from my storage space, but whether you can reach the end may not be what you think. I wish. Yilin narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, to be honest, I'm angry. In order to leave more hope for the future, Yilin rarely kills all the apostles in trials unless he has no choice, or has a conflict of interest, or meets a regular customer in the future. Yilin was a little angry. He was so angry that his smile was distorted. This smile has no one to protect it? While Oda Mai was checking the properties of the compass and brewing her emotions, Yilin took out a card from the storage space, and crushed it. Do you use scene cards to generate random scenes? Yes/no. Is not this nonsensical? If you don't say yes, I'll give you a shit. Yilin made a quick choice. Yes.